Why did Muhammad fear Arabian poets so much as to have several of them assassinated?
In ancient Arabia, poetry was a passion. Poets were highly regarded in society, and the words of many accomplished poets were regarded as next to Allah's words. In a desert land, bereft of much entertainment and natural relaxation, the ancient Arabs used to find solace, peace, tranquility, and even the raging emotion of war and revenge through the mesmerizing words of their poets. Poets supplied the Arabs with their mental and spiritual nourishment, since they memorized the ancestry, deeds, glories, and achievements of their tribes and passed them on to future generations through their students or disciples to keep the records alive. Poets were actually the news media par excellence of Arabia. They were lethal weapons, since a very capable and articulate poet of a small tribe could elevate it in poems to levels greater than a much more powerful one. As far as our research has demonstrated, no poet in the long period of the so-called Jahiliyyah period, that is before Muhammad and Islam, was ever murdered for what he or she recited, unlike what was done by Muhammad and his followers. There were more female poets among the Jahiliyyah Arabs than during the entirety of 1400 years of Muhammad and Islam. Some of these poetesses were so formidable that Muhammad had at least 2 of them assassinated because they satirized him. The following 4 chapters are actually connected, since it was Muhammad's aggressive and piratical actions to start with that triggered the responses of some of Arabia's poets. His followers claim that Muhammad is the apostle of peace. As you all know by now, nothing can be further from the truth. These 4 chapters are just more in our series that are exposing and revealing the very sadistic and cruel nature of Muhammad. We shall prove once more that he was in fact a terrorist, a criminal, and a mass murderer whose entire life was based on victimizing innocents and indulging in mindless violence, carnage, and massacre. He was a man who destroyed peace wherever he went, and in his place brought terror, plunder, rape, carnage, and death. When Muhammad first started shouting from the rooftops that he alone had the divine word of Allah, the people of Mecca ignored him. However, when he began insulting and defaming the religion of the peace-loving Meccans, they couldn't take it anymore and tried persuading him to stop. Muhammad the coward was too scared of the growing hostility against him, and knowing full well that his Allah could not strike down the Meccans, he crept out one night and fled for his life. Ever since that incident, Muhammad was determined to take revenge on them. He escaped to Medina, which had a sizable Jewish population, and started plotting his revenge with a small gang of criminals. This was the beginning of Muhammad's trail of violence, hatred, and bloodshed that would soon destroy all that was decent in the culture of Arabia. The Medina became the headquarters of the first organized crime syndicate in history. As we have shown in several of our chapters, the story has been documented in detail by his Muslim biographers. Surprise raids on trade caravans and tribal settlements. The use of plunder thus obtained for recruiting an even growing army of greedy criminals and desperados. Assassinations of opponents, blackmail, expulsion and massacre of the Jews of Medina, attack and enslavement of the Jews of Khaybar, rape of women and children, sale of these victims after rape, trickery, treachery, and bribery, employed to their fullest extent to grow the numbers of his version of Islam. He organized no less than 86 expeditions, 26 of which he led himself without participating in the fighting. The motives of the converts to Muhammad and Islam was never in any doubt. D.S. Margolius states in his book, Muhammad and the Rise of Islam, of any moralizing or demoralizing effect that Muhammad's teaching had upon his followers, we cannot say with precision. When he was at the head of the robber community, it is probable that the demoralizing influence began to be felt. It was then that men who had never broken an oath learned that they might evade their obligations, and that men to whom the blood of their clan had been as their own began to shed it with impunity in the cause of Allah, fi sabilillah. That lying and treachery in the cause of Islam received divine approval. It was then too that Muslims began distinguished by the obscenity of their language. It was then too that the coveting of goods and wives possessed by non-Muslims was avowed without discouragement from the Prophet. The details of this criminal onslaughts in the form of piratical skirmishes and assassinations are chronicled in these chapters in a chronological manner. Please note that every time the Apostle of Peace committed one of his criminal acts, he always justified the crime by quickly claiming a divine revelation which conveniently removed the blame from his bloodied hands. These made-to-order surahs we shall recite after the description of the incident. Believers and unbelievers, be aware of the most important of all facts, that all the reports that we are going to recite to you are one-sided, since they were written by the victors, the Muhammadan Muslims. No one has any record of the victim side. Nonetheless, these records show clearly and without pulling any punches the true character of Muhammad and his followers. 1. The massacre of unarmed merchants during the sacred month of Rajab, 623 AD at Nakhla. 4 unarmed merchants were traveling to Mecca to sell their goods, consisting of resins, honey, and animal skins. It was the holy month of Rajab, which was considered sacred for trade in Arabia. It was a point of honor that any form of warfare or violence was strictly forbidden in this month. Muhammad's gang attacked the helpless men from behind and stabbed 2 of them to death. They plundered all the goods as booty, and Muhammad got 1/5 of the share. This shows the utter lack of morals or scruples on Muhammad's part. The Prophet of Islam did not possess a shred of pity or kindness, or the slightest sense of justice. He cold-bloodedly murdered 2 innocent people who had never done him any harm and did not even know him. All this was done in a month that the Prophet himself declared was a sacred month in which no warfare should take place. Muhammad was obviously motivated by nothing but hatred and greed. Conveniently, divine revelations came down from Allah that absolved him of all the guilt. Al-Baqarah 2.216. Warfare is ordained for you, though it is hateful unto you. But it may happen that you hate a thing which is good for you, and it may happen that you love a thing which is bad for you. Allah knoweth, you know not. Here Muhammad is completely removing all blame from himself for having started the fighting. The most insidious and devilish implication of this verse is that Allah is completely justifying and sanctioning Muhammad's murder of the innocent Meccans. Over and above this, Muhammad is conveniently implying that warfare is hateful to him, but that he instigated it because it was ordained by Allah. What moral sacrifices the Apostle of Peace had to make. Number 2, slaughter of the Meccans who came to defend their caravan. March, Ramadan 623, the well of Badr. The merchandise being carried by this caravan was worth more than 50,000 gold dinars. Muhammad ganged up all the criminals of Medina and set out to raid the caravan with 300 men. The Meccans got word of the raid and sent out an army to protect the caravan. Throughout the entire battle, Muhammad cowered in a hut which his men made for him. There he cried and prayed with feverish anxiety. At one point, he came out of the hut and threw pebbles in the enemy's direction, screaming, "Let evil look on your faces, and by him who holds my soul in his hands, anyone who fights for me today will go to paradise." The Muhammadans killed over 200 and took 70 prisoners. All 70 of the prisoners were ransomed, and any prisoner who did not fetch a ransom had his head chopped off. Muhammad was gratified at the sight of his murdered victims. After the battle, he sent his followers to look for the corpse of Abu Jahl, one of the Meccans who had criticized him openly. When his corpse was found, they cut off the head and threw it down at Muhammad's feet. The Apostle of Peace cried out in delirious joy, "Rejoice! Here lies the head of the enemy of Allah. Praise Allah, for there is no other but He." Muhammad then ordered a great pit to be dug for the bodies of the innocents to be dumped. The Muslims then proceeded to hack the corpses' limbs into pieces. As the bloodied mass of bodies was being thrown into the pit, a feverishly excited Muhammad shrieked, "O people of the pit, have you found that what Allah threatened is now true? For I have found that what my Lord promised was true. Rejoice, all Muslims." One of the prisoners taken was defiant and Nadir ibn al-Harith, who had earlier taken Muhammad's challenge of telling better stories than him. Muhammad ordered Ali to strike off Nadir's head in his presence, so he could watch and exult in the pleasure of beheading the man who had insulted him. Another prisoner, Uqba ibn Abi Mu'ayt, was decapitated in front of Muhammad. Before being killed, the prisoner cried out pitifully, "O Prophet, who will look after my children if I should die?" The great Prophet of the religion of peace coldly spat out hellfire as the blade came down and spattered his clothes with Uqba's blood. This time, Muhammad needed a revelation that would not only absolve him of all the guilt of murdering so many innocent people, but also give him the divine right to get a huge share of the plundered booty. Quite a few revelations magically appeared after the Battle of Badr. Al-Anfal 8.65. O Prophet, exhort the believers to fight. If there be of you 20 steadfast, they will overcome 200, and if there are of you 100, they shall overcome 1,000, because the disbelievers are a folk without intelligence. This surah clearly exposes Islam to be a belief system that not only encourages violence, but actually makes it a sacred duty for its followers to kill anyone who does not believe in the Muhammadan version of Islam. Not only is the all-forgiving Allah exhorting his followers to kill anyone who is not a Muhammadan Muslim, but he is also saying that all so-called unbelievers are so stupid that they will be unable to defend themselves and therefore deserve death. Al-Anfal 8.67. It is not for any prophet to have captives until he hath made slaughter in the land. You desire the lure of this world, and Allah desires for you the hereafter, and Allah is mighty, wise. Now, enjoy what you have won as lawful and good, and keep your duty to Allah. Lo, Allah is forgiving, merciful. This verse is in reference to the prisoners that Muhammad held for ransom after the battle. Allah the Merciful is saying that they should all have been killed. In addition, Allah is conveniently commenting that whatever loot Muhammad has plundered is lawful and good, because it was done in the service of Allah. So murder, rape, plunder and destruction are all perfectly fine with Allah as long as they are done in the name of Islam. Muhammad is also assiduously making himself seem very kind for having spared the lives of the prisoners, when in fact he only let them live so he could get more money from the ransom for them. In today's world, this is terrorism of the worst kind. 3. Assassination of poets who criticize Muhammad's murderous ways in the Medina. After the Battle of Badr, the people of Medina were horrified that they had given refuge to such a blatant criminal and his followers in their city. Many began protesting the presence of such violent and murderous people in their city. In a free society like pre-Islamic Arabia, the poets acted as society's conscience and were free to criticize, satirize, and examine the actions of people. The two most famous poets of this kind were Abu Afaq, an extremely old and respected poet, and Asma bint Marwan, a young mother with the gift of superb verse. Muhammad was enraged at their criticism. When he heard the verses composed by Asma bint Marwan, he was infuriated and screamed aloud, "Will no one rid me of this daughter of Marwan?" That very night, a gang of his followers set out to do the dirty deed. They broke into the poet's house. She was lying in her bedroom, suckling her newborn child, while her other small children slept nearby. The Muslims tore the newborn infant off her breast and they stabbed her to death. After the murder, when the Muslims went to inform the Prophet of Islam, he said, "You have done a service to Allah and His Messenger. Her life was not worth even 2 goats." A month later, the distinguished and highly respected Abu Afaq, who was over 100 years old and renowned for his sense of fairness, was killed brutally in the same manner as he slept. Once again, the Prophet of Islam had commented that morning, "Who will avenge me on this scoundrel?" This shows us exactly how much the tolerant and peace-loving Muhammad respected life. His followers claim that Muhammad was extremely gentle and loved children. Indeed, the horrifying way he had Asma bint Marwan's 5 infants slaughtered certainly attests to this loving side of Muhammad. All the Jews were becoming increasingly dissatisfied and angered at the deeds of the Muslims. The Jewish tribes were peace-loving, hard-working tradespeople whose purpose in life was to earn a decent living through honest means and hard effort. They were perfectly content with the religion of their forefathers and had never anticipated that the man to whom they had given shelter so graciously would turn into the power-crazed monster who was now turning around to attack them. Muhammad was in the position to carry out his hidden ambitions, which became clear soon enough. with the utmost disregard for all human morality, ethics, or respect for a human life, the Prophet of Islam systematically targeted and slaughtered the very Jews of Medina who had helped him when everyone else in Arabia was kicking him like a mad dog. He was motivated by these primary reasons: his fanatic greed for all the wealth that had been created by blood, sweat, and toil of the Jews. Our listeners should be made aware that for most of his adult life, Muhammad was not employable and unemployed, and hence coveted the wealth and produce of others. The Jews were the biggest obstacle in his plan to subject all of Medina, so they had to be removed by any means possible. His fear of all other religions. Muhammad was a pathological narcissist, a delusional megalomaniac, meaning he believed that he was the supreme ruler of the world. Anything that threatened this sick fantasy of his had to be exterminated. Since the religion of the Jews rejected his pathetic claims to divine rule, they were the targeted victims in Medina, just as the polytheist Arabs had been his victims in Mecca. The incidents narrated below demonstrate the horrific depth of Muhammad's atrocities. Keep in mind that Muhammad is the model of good Islamic behavior, and you will realize how Muhammad and Islam advocates genocide in the name of their cult belief system. 4. The siege of the Banu Qaynuqa, April 623 AD in the Medina. In order to get full control of the Medina, Muhammad needed to get rid of all his opponents. The strongest of these opponents was Abdullah ibn Ubay, a powerful chief who was allied with the Jewish tribe of Banu Qaynuqa. This tribe was also the weakest because they were made up of craftsmen, in particular goldsmiths. By attacking them, Muhammad knew he could plunder a huge amount of wealth and weaken Ibn Ubay. Muhammad needed an excuse to attack them, so he made a girl married to one of his followers pretend that she had been teased by the Jews. The Muslims blockaded the fort of the Banu Qaynuqa for 15 days until the starving Jews surrendered. Immediately, Muhammad was ready to kill them all, but Ibn Ubay seized hold of Muhammad and protested. Muhammad's face became black with rage as he shouted, "Let go of me!" But Ibn Ubay was adamant and shouted back, "No, by Allah, I will not let you go until you deal kindly with my allies. 400 men without armor and 300 with, who have always supported me against enemies. And you want to slay them all in one morning? By Allah, if I were in your place, I would fear a reversal of fortune." At this threat, the cowardly Muhammad turned pale as he realized that all the people of Medina were against him. He hit Ibn Ubay on the face and ordered that the Jews be kicked out of their own homes. All their property was seized and looted. Many of the prettiest women were taken as prisoners to become sex slaves. Muhammad, as usual, kept 1/5 of the enormous booty for himself. This is the way he repaid the kindness of the Jews of Medina, who had given him shelter and refuge when Muhammad had run away from Mecca in fear. The revelations in the 8th surah of the Quran were clearly in reference to the Banu Qaynuqa and anyone who opposed the Muslims. Al-Anfal 8.55. Lo, the worst of beasts in Allah's sight are the ungrateful who will not believe. Those of them with whom you made a treaty, and then at every opportunity they break their treaty and they keep not duty to Allah. If you come to them in the war, deal with them so as to strike fear in those who are behind them, so that they may be remembered. Here Muhammad's acts of planned terrorism against the Jewish tribe is justified by Allah, because according to the merciful Allah, non-Muslims are the worst of beasts. So it is perfectly alright to murder, rape, torture and pillage the non-believers. Not only that, but Allah is advising Muhammad and the Muslims that when anyone protests against the injustices committed by Muslims, the Muslims should make sure and deal with them with such violence that it will strike fear among anyone who may think of supporting dissent. This proves that the Quran is nothing but a political manual for controlling people with terror. Not even the fascist armies of Hitler engineered such devilish ideas. 5. The Battle of Uhud, 625 AD. The people of Mecca were outraged at the massacre and the subsequent mutilation of their kinsmen in the Battle of Badr by Muhammad and his army. They had to fight back in order to defend themselves, so they gathered up an army and set out on the march to Medina. Muhammad set out with his motley crew of hundreds of pirates of the desert. When Muhammad tried forcing the Jews of Medina to join him, they adamantly refused, knowing fully well the true character of the tyrant. Muhammad and his men camped on the slopes of Mount Uhud above the camp of the Meccan army. With his usual insidious manner, Muhammad planned to attack before dawn as the Meccans were asleep. The Muslims were too incompetent to implement even this plan properly and ended up alerting the Meccans during the surprise attack. At this point, the Meccans gathered up their weapons and engaged the Muslims in full combat. Muhammad, as usual, cowered in the background, surrounded by his bunch of bodyguards. From time to time, he would scream out, "Who will become a martyr for Allah? And which of you will sell himself for us?" exhorting his army with promises of paradise if they fought for him. The Muslims this time, however, were no match for the Meccans. Most of them started running for their lives by clambering up the sides of Mount Uhud, at which Muhammad started swearing like a madman. It was only by a stroke of good luck that Muhammad survived. His army was badly defeated, and the people of Medina started asking that if this man was indeed a messenger of Allah, then why had Allah not given the Muslims victory? To make up for the extreme embarrassment of this defeat, Muhammad came up with more divine revelations that were obviously excuses for the thorough thrashing that his men and ego had suffered at Uhud. Muhammad was so obsessed with his own sense of self-importance that he made any action that went against his power a crime. Any Muslim who did not treat Muhammad like Allah would be punished severely. The third chapter of the Quran is full of these references to the Battle of Uhud. Al-Imran 3.140. And if ye have received a blow, the disbelievers have received a blow the like thereof. These are the vicissitudes which we cause to follow one another for mankind, to the end that Allah may know those who believe and may choose witnesses from among you. Here Muhammad's Allah is conveniently making excuses for the severe defeat of the Muslims by saying that although they suffered huge losses, the Meccans also suffered losses. In addition to this, Allah conveniently bails out Muhammad yet again by explaining away the total decimation of the Muslim army with the excuse that it was a trial for the Muslims. This surah also makes very clear the reason why Muslims everywhere bring nothing but death and destruction. The Allah of Islam is instructing his followers to prove their loyalty by going out and killing unbelievers, therefore legalizing murder and giving it divine sanction. And who are those unbelievers? Any innocent person who does not agree to Muhammad's twisted version of Islam. A belief system based upon such principles can only be embraced by people of the most inhumane, cruel, and barbarous nature. Al-Imran 3.153. When you climbed the hill and paid no heed while the messenger in your rear was calling you to fight, therefore he rewarded your grief for his grief. Here Muhammad is lashing out at the followers who dished him and ran up Mount Uhud for their lives. His ego is so deluded that in this surah he tells his followers that deserting the messenger is the same as deserting Allah. Muhammad, the slave of Allah, is thus equating himself with the supreme power itself. This is in reality one of the most despicable forms of blackmail that Muhammad used upon his followers. In short, they were told that anyone who doesn't protect Muhammad with his life will be punished by Allah in the form of his family and tribesmen being killed by divine will. 6. Murder of a poet. Among the Jewish tribe of Bani Nadir was an eminent poet by the name of Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf. He was an extremely famous and cultured poet who was considered a genius of verse. He had composed a lament about the Qurayshites who had been so unjustly massacred and mutilated in the Battle of Badr. One day, Muhammad proclaimed in his usual sweet manner, "Who will rid me of the dog Ka'b bin al-Ashraf?" A certain Muhammad bin Maslama replied that he would do it, adding, "We shall have to tell lies to do it." Inevitably, Muhammad immediately gave the divine authority to lie as necessary. Needless to say, as usual, after dark, Ka'b was dragged out of his bed screaming and stabbed repeatedly by Muhammad Maslama and 3 other devout Muslims in full view of his young wife to be. Muhammad and Islam triumphs once again. 7. invasion of Bani Nadir, June 625 AD. The Jewish tribe of Bani Nadir was outraged at the assassination of the greatest poet, Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf. The fact that one of the greatest literary figures of their tribe had been mercilessly murdered simply because he wrote some words that criticized Muhammad was a cause of immense rage. The sight of the wealth possessed by the Bani Nadir whipped up a frenzy of jealousy inside Muhammad. Using his usual methodology of subterfuge and deception, Muhammad claimed that Allah had revealed to him that the Bani Nadir were hatching a plot to assassinate him. The Nadir were amazed when, out of the blue, a Muslim messenger arrived at their oasis with the message from Muhammad. The message was worded in the usual brutal manner: "Leave my city and live here no longer after the treason which you have plotted against me." The Nadir, being mere civilians, decided the best thing to do was to shut themselves up in their homes and prepare to defend themselves. Immediately, Muhammad surrounded them with his army of murderers and sat down outside, protected by his usual bunch of bodyguards. When the Nadir made no move to fight, the merciful Muhammad started cutting down every single palm tree in the oasis. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that in a desert environment like Arabia, this act was equivalent to mass murder, considering how hard it was to grow food. The Nadir could not bear to see their oasis destroyed so mercilessly and came out to surrender. Muhammad, who was still cowering behind his bodyguards, screamed out, "Leave this place, you have your lives." The peace-loving tribe, which had carefully tended their land and made it the oasis that it was, after centuries of hard work, were thrown out at sword point and stripped of all their belongings. They had to flee for their lives to Khaybar, another Jewish settlement, which in a future course would also be destroyed by the Apostle of Peace. All the rich booty and the land was grabbed by the plundering Muslims, but the largest amount of land and most of the loot went, as always, to the epitome of fair play and justice, Muhammad. As usual, a torrent of made-to-order divine revelations followed. Al-Hashr 59.2. He it is who hath caused those of the people of Scripture, Jews, who disbelieved, to go forth from their homes unto the first exile. You deemed not that they should go forth, while they deemed that their strongholds would protect them from Allah. That is because they were opposed to Allah and His Messenger. Whatsoever palm trees you cut down or left standing on their roots, it was by Allah's leave, in order that He might confound the evil livers. Once again, the most compassionate and merciful Allah comes to Muhammad's rescue and declares that all the crimes and atrocities that were committed against the innocent Bani Nadir were justified by the divine word of the all-merciful Allah. Not only that, but Allah decrees that the Jews deserved to be thrown out of their homeland simply because 1. They were not Muslim, 2. They were opposed to Muhammad. The fact that he mercilessly assassinated their innocent poet for daring to criticize him is ignored. 3. They were on prime land and had a huge amount of wealth which Muhammad lusted for. Over and above this, cutting down palm trees was considered a capital crime by the Arabs. So Muhammad had to have Allah give him a nice and tidy excuse for having committed this atrocity. Lastly, Muhammad is making it very clear here as to who is the boss. If anyone opposed Muhammad, it meant he opposed Allah, and all Muslims had to kill anyone who opposed Allah. So the final equation remained the same. Muhammad and Allah are on the same footing. Again, we have come a full circle to the fundamental and central guiding principles of Muhammadan Islam: intolerance, hatred, murder, and brutality. 8. Murder of an elder from Khaybar, 626 AD. The Muslims who had assassinated Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf, the famous poet of the Bani Nadir, were considered as heroes by Muhammad and his followers. Murderers were considered as ideal Muslims. To prove their loyalty to their Prophet also, a group of Muslims from the Khazraj tribe decided killing off a respectable member of the Jewish community, Abu Rafi. He was an elderly man who had never done anything against Muhammad or the Muslims. He just happened to be the unfortunate target of Muhammad's plot to terrorize the Jews. Muhammad sent an expedition of 6 men who broke into the old man's house in the middle of the night and slashed him to ribbons as he slept. The cowardly Muslims always assassinated people in this way, while the victims slept, obviously because they had neither the courage nor the strength to fight even a solitary aged Jewish man while he was awake. After their crime, the Muslims fled back home into the arms of their expectant prophet. There was a quarrel among them as to who had actually killed Abu Rafi. At this, Muhammad smiled beatifically and started checking their swords. Finally, it was decided that the person who owned the sword, which still had traces of food on it, was the winner. Apparently, Abu Rafi had just finished his dinner before falling asleep, and the sword had slashed through his stomach, spilling its contents. Once more, with commendable bravery against great odds, Muhammad and Muslims defended themselves and their prophet. 9. Massacre, rape and plunder of Bani al-Mustaliq, December 626 AD. Muhammad attacked the Bani Mustaliq because of their wealth. In a surprise raid, the Muslims drove them to the sea. They slaughtered many members of the Bani Mustaliq tribe and looted away a booty of 2,000 camels, 5,000 sheep, and 500 women. 500 women were captured screaming and crying after they had watched their husbands and sons being slaughtered. The most beautiful captive was Juwayriyah, daughter of the chief of the Bani Mustaliq. Muhammad snatched her to satisfy his own lust. The captured women were supposed to be returned by the Muslims upon payment of a ransom. But the night after the battle itself, Muhammad and his army raped each and every one of them. One of the men, Abu Sa'id Khudri of Muhammad's army, reported, "We were lusting after women and chastity had become too hard for us, but we wanted to get the ransom money for our prisoners. So we wanted to use the azl, coitus interruptus, where the man withdraws before ejaculating. We asked the Prophet about it, and he said, 'You are not under any obligation to stop yourselves from doing it like that.' Later on, the women and children were given for ransom to their envoys. They all went away to their country, and not one wanted to stay, although they had the choice. So the peace-loving Muhammad told his men it was perfectly fine to rape women as long as you don't ejaculate inside them, which would make them pregnant. What supreme logic! Any human being with the slightest shred of morality has to be nauseated by this man and the cult that he preached. Muhammad, the perfect figurehead of Islam, sanctions rape, pure and simple. Not only did the Muslims commit this horrifying crime, they deceived the tribesmen into paying ransom for their womenfolk, who only paid the money in a desperate attempt to save their women's honor. To call such a leader and his followers the epitome of evil is probably an understatement. 10. The last Jewish tribe left in Medina, the Banu Qurayza. By this time, Muhammad had murdered or driven out all of the Jewish tribes of Medina except them. It was time to eliminate this last thorn in his flesh. Bani Qurayza had been reluctant in helping Muhammad against the Quraysh. Conveniently, once again, Muhammad claimed that he had divine knowledge about a conspiracy by them to kill him. He besieged their fortress for 25 days. When the starving tribe surrendered, Muhammad forced an old man from their own tribe to pronounce Muhammad's sentence. The sentence was death to every male member of the tribe, slavery for every woman and child, and plunder of all their property. The Prophet had an immense trench dug around the main market of Medina. The men and boys of the Banu Qurayza were rounded up and their hands twisted tightly behind them. Then one by one, they were shoved to the edge of the trench and forced to kneel. They were offered the last chance to convert to the true faith, and if they refused, had their heads chopped off. As soon as one head rolled off, the corpse would be kicked into the ditch, and so it went. By the time dawn had colored the sky red in Medina, hundreds of corpses had piled up in a heap in a tangled cesspool of blood, hair, and shreds of flesh. Despite the horrific end in front of their eyes, none of the Jews chose to convert to Islam and face death valiantly. The blood of 900 innocent Jews stained Muhammad's hands on that black day. Their only crime was that they chose to retain their fundamental human right of choosing their own God and the religion of their ancestors. Hysterical women and children screamed as they watched their fathers, husbands and sons die. The majority of them were raped savagely and then bundled off to be sold as used goods. Muhammad had the husband of the Jewish Rayhana bint Amr hacked to pieces before her very eyes, hours after he had murdered her father. No doubt this was Muhammad's perverted version of a wedding present, because after these atrocities he raped the mortified girl and tried to force her to convert to Islam. Muhammadan historians still describe the savage rape of Rayhana bint Amr as her willing submission to Islam and wifehood to the Prophet. Apparently, according to them, it is very natural to imagine that a woman who has just seen her husband, father, brothers, and the tribe slaughtered violently before her very eyes would choose to convert to the religion of the murderer and marry him. In actual fact, Rayhana refused to convert to Islam and also refused to marry Muhammad, the murderer of her family. He kept her as a lowly concubine all his life. So much for the Apostle of Peace and his unbounded respect for women. Muhammad was nothing but a predator upon females, a serial rapist who acquired his victims by killing their families first. Allah, as usual, has provided yet another timeless divine revelation which gives his Prophet the right to rape and molest women of other religions. An-Nisa 4.24. And all married women are forbidden unto you except those captives whom your right hand possesses. It is a decree of Allah for you. In short, Allah, the merciful and compassionate, is saying, hey Muslims, it's a crime to go after married women, but if they happen to be your captives, which obviously all the non-Muslim women were, feel free to indulge yourself in rape and sexual torture of them. Lawful unto you are all beyond those mentioned. Allah is making it legal for Muslims to go ahead and rape non-Muslim women by divine law. One shudders to imagine what kind of minds invented such utterly sadistic, disgusting, and ungodly ideas. Muhammad justified all his crimes against the Jews with more of Allah's revelations. Although the following surahs were not revealed at the same time as the massacre of Bani Qurayza, they nevertheless give a general idea of Muhammad's views on Jews and why it is perfectly fine to kill, loot, and rape them. Al-Ma'idah 5.51. O you who believe, take not the Jews and Christians for friends. They are friends one to another. He among you who taketh them for friends is one of them. Above verse clearly demonstrates the Muslims' hatred of Jews and Christians as prescribed by their Prophet. They also expose the hollow claims of Muhammadans that Islam is a peaceful religion that always coexisted with Judaism and Christianity. The innumerable unwarranted massacres of Jews by Muhammad tell the story in the clearest terms. These historical events form the basis of the Islamic code of behavior. Therefore, the genocide of Hindus, Christians, and Jews by Muslims all over the world should come as no surprise whatsoever. Even after the passage of 1400 years, in this 21st century, the fundamentalist followers of Muhammad are more than happy and willing to drag the whole of humanity into the abyss and depraved cult of Muhammad, using Muhammad's methodologies of lies, deception, terror, hate, discrimination, and slaughter to obtain their agenda. They cannot change because their Quran and Muhammad's Sunnah prohibit them from ever getting rid of the virus that has infected their brain. It is up to the remainder 80% of humanity, the so-called unbelievers, to quarantine them, re-educate them, and using all the instruments of our laws to deal with those amongst us who want to harm us.
The term Sakina appears in the Quran and Hadith, and the scholars of Mohammedan Islam claim it to be an Arabic word. What are its actual roots?
There is actually a genuine Arabic word Sakina, meaning tranquility, from sakin, meaning to rest, to be quiet. Muhammad used it in his Quran with a totally ambiguous and unrelated meaning because he plagiarized and perverted its actual significance, as he did with almost everything else of value in his Quran from the Bible. This word appears in the Quran only in the late Medinan passages while he was among the Judaized Arabs. Muhammad copied it perversely from the Hebrew word Shekhinah, most probably through Syriac of the Christian Arabs. In Hebrew, Shekhinah signifies the majestic presence of God among humans. It is used to express the immanence and omnipotence of the Almighty. The term also represents the divine presence or Ruach HaKodesh, that is, the Holy Spirit. Muhammad would have learned this word from the people of the book, but not quite understanding its connotation, he associated it with the genuine Arabic word meaning tranquility. This is why it gives the readers of the Quran and Hadiths a curiously mixed sense of the word. It is important to remind our listeners yet again, whether so-called believers or unbelievers, that almost every single intellectual, theological, and spiritual precept, concept, thought, or idea of value in the Quran were plagiarized, plundered, pirated, and or perverted from the Hebrew Bible, the New Testament, Zoroastrian and pagan Arabian religions, their traditions, their fetishes, and their scriptures. Muhammad had to, since the very simplistic and primitive religion of the pagan Arabs had not evolved enough to create the words necessary to express the much more advanced and elaborate religious scripture, concepts, liturgy, and traditions. Al-Baqarah 2.248. And their prophet said to them, a sign of his authority is that there shall come to you the Ark of the Covenant with an assurance therein of security, sakinatu, from your Lord, and the relics left by the family of Moses and the family of Aaron carried by angels. The translator adds his own interpretation that security, sakinatu, means safety, tranquility, peace. That later Jewish writings use the same word for the symbol of God's glory in the tabernacle or tent in which the ark was kept, or in the temple when it was built by Solomon. Considering that the upstart revelations of the Quran were compiled at least 2,000 years after the Bible, it leaves a lot to be desired when the very learned and knowledgeable translator of the Quran asserts that it was later Jewish writing used the same word of Shekhinah. This is such a blatant and demonstrable lie that it is worthy only of a charlatan who has no self-respect, who appropriates to his traditions items that are plundered, pirated, and or perverted from others, but falsifies the facts about its origin. Unfortunately, both Muhammad's Quran and its followers have been doing so with impunity, with utter and complete disregard and contempt for the truth, history, and reality for the last 1400 years. Al-Tawbah 9.26. But Allah did pour His calm, sakinatahu, on the apostle and on the believers, and sent down forces which ye saw not. He punished the unbelievers, thus doth He reward those without faith. The translator says sakina, calm, peace, security, tranquility. The word used for calm in this case is the Arabic sakinatahu. The interpretation is false and wrong, because it should have meant that the Spirit of Allah had supported Muhammad. The interpreter is of course loath to admit this for the obvious reason that it was pirated from the Hebrew Shekhinah. The expression pour his calm is meaningless otherwise. The same perverted meaning is indicated by the manner the word is inserted in the following verses also. Al-Fath 48.4. It is He who sent down tranquility, al-sakinata, into the hearts of the believers that they may add faith to their faith. 48.18. He knew what was in their hearts, and He sent down tranquility, al-sakinata, to them, and He rewarded them with a speedy victory. 48.26. While the unbelievers got up in their hearts heat and cant, the heat and cant of ignorance, Allah sent down His tranquility, sakinatahu, to His apostle and to the believers, and made them stick close to the command of self-restraint. I repeat once again that the concept of the Shekhinah was not known among the pagan Arabs until it was plundered by Muhammad in his Quran from the Bible. For the interpreter to claim otherwise defies history, logic, morality, and veracity, but is nonetheless typical of the efforts made by almost all Muhammadan translators and interpreters. They attempt to show the Quran as superior and more original than the previous revelations of the Torah and the New Testament, even at the cost of contorting and disfiguring history and language. Al-Tabari 6.75. Messenger, how did you first know with absolute certainty that you were a prophet? He replied, 2 angels came to me while I was somewhere in Mecca. One angel said, open his breast and take out his heart. He opened my chest and heart, removing the pollution of Satan and a clot of blood, and threw them away. Then one said, wash his breast as you would a receptacle. He summoned the Sakina, which looked like the face of a white cat, and it was placed in my heart. Then one said, sew up his breast. So they sewed up my chest and placed the seal between my shoulders. The misuse of the word Sakina in the above borders on the blasphemy, since it is associated with the Spirit of God and cannot be represented by a cat-like apparition. This hadith actually proves that, as usual, Muhammad, his Quran, and the Muhammadan exegetes misunderstood the concept and created their own useless and dysfunctional ideas.
Most followers of Muhammad have been indoctrinated to believe that the Quran that they have today is the same as the one that was revealed to Muhammad 1400 years ago. But the Samarkand and the Topkapi Qurans prove otherwise. What are the facts?
We have shown in our chapters 18, 27, 29, 36, 46, 50, 54, 78, 90, and 94 the different occasions and stories as documented by the followers of Muhammad regarding missing, abrogated, abrogating, and interloped verses in the Quran. This chapter reveals another aspect of these differences that completely negate the Muhammadan assertions that the Quran that we have today is the same as that allegedly revealed to Muhammad 1400 years ago. Our listeners must be aware by now that irrespective of the enormous number of references that we recite and are available to all in the world to read, the followers of Muhammad have absolutely no choice but to refute reality, facts, and documentary evidence, although all of these are the product of Muhammadan Muslim records. The reason is obvious and very simple, since to accept any of these records as fact renders the allegedly incorruptible Quran null and void. The believers have absolutely no option but to be in a permanent state of denial, denial, denial. According to Muhammadan sources themselves, it is estimated that there were at the very beginning of Islam about 26 versions of the Quran that belonged to the different companions of Muhammad. They existed long before the Quran was put in a canonized version by Uthman, who destroyed all the others. Among the most important ones that were destroyed were written by several of Muhammad's very close companions: Ibn Mas'ud, Ubay bin Kalb, Ali bin Abi Talib, Al-Ash'ari, and Al-Aswad. When Uthman bin Affan canonized the Medinan Codex, he ordered all of them burnt. Among the oldest Qur'ans in existence today are Samarkand Codex in the Tashkent Library in Uzbekistan and the Topkapi Codex in the Topkapi Museum in Istanbul, Turkey. Both are written in the Kufic script without diacritical marks. There are some 1,700 textual differences between them and the current versions of the Quran. It is extremely important to point out that almost all of these manuscripts and documents are neither dated nor do they have details of their place of origin, making it very difficult to pinpoint their time and source. Bukhari 6.468, narrated by Ibrahim. The companions of Abdullah bin Mas'ud came to Abi Darda. He asked them, "Who among you can recite the Quran as Abdullah recites it?" They replied, "All of us." He asked, "Who among you knows it by heart?" They pointed at Al-Qama. Then he asked Al-Qama, "How did you hear Abdullah bin Mas'ud reciting Surah Al-Layl, the night, number 92? Al-Qama recited, "By the male and the female." Abu ad-Darda said, "I testify that I heard the Prophet reciting it likewise, but these people want me to recite it as, and by him who created male and female. But by Allah, I will not follow them." The above hadith shows that the Muslims from different regions disagreed as to the way a particular verse should be read. Those who learned the Quran from Abdullah bin Mas'ud said Surah Al-Layl 92.1 as by the male and the female, while other Muslims said, and by him who created male and female. Thus the early Muslims had not all memorized the Quran the same way. We see this problem again in the following hadith. Bukhari 6.527, narrated by Ibn Abbas. Umar said, Ubay was the best of us in the recitation of the Quran, yet we leave some of what he recites. Ubay said, I have taken it from the mouth of Allah's apostle and will not leave for anything whatsoever. But Allah said, none of your revelations do we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, but we substitute something better or similar. Al-Baqarah 2.106. This hadith clearly shows that the companions of Muhammad disagreed over which verses were abrogated or removed. Here we see that Ubay continued to recite the Quran with verses that the other companions considered to have been abrogated. It is obvious that Ubay refused to accept that these verses had been abrogated, for he says, I have taken it from the mouth of Allah's apostle and will not leave for anything whatsoever. The hadith then quotes Surah Al-Baqarah 2.106 to explain that this was an example of abrogation. The result, however, was that the companions recited the Quran differently, for Ubay continued to recite the abrogated verses. The above two hadiths record how Mas'ud and Ubay recited the Quran differently to other Muslims. We have already been informed that these two men were recommended by Muhammad as men worthy to learn the Quran from. However, since their collections of the Qurans were not the same, this caused problems for the Muslims who learned the Quran from them. The Muslim scholar Labib Said records that the Syrians, we are told, contended with the Iraqis, the former following the reading of Ubay ibn Ka'b, the latter that of Abdullah bin Mas'ud, each accusing the other of unbelief. Some Muslim scholars like Labib Said and Ahmad von Denfer have claimed that the different collections of the Quran made by Ibn Mas'ud and Ubay and other companions were only intended for private use. However, the hadith quoted above show that the companion Ibn Mas'ud taught his version of the Quran to his students as did Ubay, and that in time these students were in conflict with each other. Muslim history and recent archaeological discoveries also support the conclusion that these collections were not for private use but for public use. We see how this problem was resolved in the next hadith, Bukhari 6.510, narrated by Anas bin Malik. Hudayfa bin al-Yaman came to Uthman at the time when the people of Sham and the people of Iraq were waging war to conquer Armenia and Azerbaijan. Hudayfa was afraid of them, the people of Sham and Iraq, differences in the recitation of the Quran. So he said to Uthman, O chief of the believers, save this nation before they differ about the Quran. So Uthman sent a message to Hafsa saying, send us the manuscripts of the Quran so that we may compile the Quranic materials in perfect copies and return the manuscripts to you. Hafsa sent it to Uthman. Uthman then ordered Zayd bin Thabit, Abdullah ibn Zubair, Sa'id bin al-As, and Abdul Rahman bin Harith bin Hisham to rewrite the manuscripts in perfect copies. They did so, and when they had written many copies, Uthman returned the original manuscript to Hafsa. Uthman sent to every Muslim province one copy of what they had copied and ordered that all the other Quranic materials, whether written in fragmentary manuscripts or whole copies, be burnt. The problem of having different versions of the Quran was resolved by summarily burning all 7 variations that Muhammad allowed, as well as the collections made by the other companions. Thus, thenceforth, all oral and written traditions would have to conform to Uthman's standardized version of the Quran. Our listeners should note that the Bible has never had a wholesale burning to standardize its texts in the way that the Quran has. The next question that we need to ask is, did Uthman and his team do any editing or selecting when they made their versions of the Quran? The next hadith shows us that there was editing and selecting involved. Bukhari 8.817, narrated by Umar ibn al-Khattab. Allah sent Muhammad with the truth and revealed the holy book to him, and among what Allah revealed was the verse of the rajm, the stoning of married persons, male or female, who commit illegal sexual intercourse. And we did recite this verse and understood and memorized it. I'm afraid that after a long time has passed, somebody will say, by Allah, we do not find the verse of the rajm in Allah's book, and thus they will go astray by leaving an obligation which Allah has revealed. It is obvious that Umar was convinced that stoning an adulterer was part of the Quran and should not be removed. The modern Quran, however, does not contain these verses. So where have they gone? These verses must have been removed by those who were in charge of the text of the Quran. What is clear is that Umar remembered these verses and did not think that they should have been edited, while others obviously did, and so today they are not in the modern Quran. In summation, Muhammad never finalized how the Quran was to be recited and allowed variations. There were real variations in the way the Quran was being memorized and recited after Muhammad's death, which caused serious problems. Uthman and a team of others did a major amount of editing to produce a standard text of the Quran. Then Uthman ordered all other Qur'ans to be burnt and his version to be made the only standard version of the Muslim world. Oral and written tradition now had to conform to Uthman's standard version. Some of the companions, like Ibn Mas'ud and Ali bin Abi Talib, were not happy with Uthman's actions and suffered for it. In conclusion, at the beginning of this article we considered the following claims: that the text of the Quran is entirely reliable, that it has been as it is, unaltered, unedited, not tampered with in any way since the time of its revelation, that the Quran was memorized by Muhammad and then dictated to his companions, and written down by scribes who cross-checked it during his lifetime. Not one word of its 114 chapters have ever been changed over the centuries. So-called believers and unbelievers, having now recited many of the hadiths and other sources, it is obvious that these Muslim claims are an exaggeration and have no support at all from the authoritative hadiths. In fact, the hadiths record the exact opposite. They say that Muhammad never standardized the Quran and allowed variations, and that the early Muslims memorized the Quran differently. Then Uthman and a team of scholars edited and standardized one version of the Quran and had all the others burnt. I have no doubt that the collection of the Quran that Uthman made is one good record of what Muhammad recited. However, it was not the only good collection that was made, and it was not a collection made by Muhammad.
The followers of Muhammad are not aware that throughout his years of preaching, Muhammad was actually praying in the Kaaba with the polytheists, kuffar, while it contained all 360 stone rock gods. Why did he do so and still claim to be a monotheist?
First and foremost, our listeners must be made aware of the following facts that most of the media, Muhammadan Muslims, their apologists and academicians, either deliberately or very stupidly, do not bring to the attention of the public. That the immense majority of the followers of Muhammad are either Arabic ignoramus, illiterate, or have not actually studied the Quran. Of the 1.3 or 1.4 billion Muhammadans, over 1 billion are Arabic illiterate, such as Indonesians, Malays, Pakistanis, Bengalis, Uzbeks, Turkoman, Iranians, Chechens, etc., etc. Of the remaining 300 millions or so, although they are of Arabic background, over 70% are illiterate also. We are now left with only 90 million people who are literate in Arabic. Of these, only a very small fraction are masters of the Arabic language, the Quran, and Hadiths. Hence, the immense majority of the followers of Muhammad depend for their knowledge of their belief system on the words of their mullahs, imams, or ayatollahs, etc., who never tell them the facts. Moreover, the followers of Muhammad are discouraged by the Quran and by their leaders from using their intellectual initiative to question anything about the Quran, since it is allegedly the very words of Allah that have not been altered for last 1400 years. During the last 1400 years, any and all those who did question the Quran were either slaughtered, exiled, or terrorized into silence. This process of intimidation, terror, and slaying continues unabated in the 21st century, as we see on television and read in the newspapers. Moreover, the immense majority of the Muhammadans have never read the Bible, let alone studied it, and are discouraged from doing so by the Quran and by their religious leaders. Although millions of them have studied the Quran and Hadith over the last 11 or 12 centuries, not one of them dared to point out that the following hadiths are blatantly false and should never have been included in any of the 6 canonical hadiths. When Muhammad conquered Mecca in 631 AD, he allegedly entered the Kaaba and destroyed the 360 idols in its precincts, shouting, "Falsehood is destroyed, truth prevails." Muhammad, as was his modus operandi, imitated and acted up parts which belong to the Hebrew, Israelite and Jewish leaders. In the case above, Muhammad was imitating the greatest exemplar of monotheism, Abraham, who according to Jewish traditions destroyed the idols of his father's household. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 4.447 narrated by Aisha. I stuffed for the Prophet a pillow decorated with pictures of animals which looked like a namruqa, i.e. small cushion. He came and stood among the people with excitement apparent on his face. I said, "O Allah's Apostle, what is wrong?" He said, "What is this pillow?" I said, "I have prepared this pillow for you so that you can recline on it." He said, "Don't you know that angels do not enter a house wherein there are pictures? And whoever makes a picture will be punished on the day of resurrection and will be asked to give life to what he has created." Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 8.130 narrated by Aisha. The Prophet entered upon me while there was a curtain having pictures of animals in the house. His face got red with anger, and then he got hold of the curtain and tore it to pieces. The Prophet said, "Such people as paint these pictures will receive the severest punishment on the day of resurrection." Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 6182 narrated by Aisha. Gabriel brought a picture of her on a piece of green silk to Allah's Messenger and said, "This is your wife in this world and the next." Muhammad forbade any human or animal representations whatsoever in emulation of the Torah prohibitions as mandated in Exodus 20.4. "You shall not make yourself a carved image, nor any likeness which is in the heavens above, or on the earth below, or in the waters beneath the earth." Muhammad, who went into paroxysms of rage and disgust at seeing pictures of humans or animals, but was not the least perturbed when a sexual fantasy picture of his child bride-to-be was shown to him. Sahih al-Bukhari 5.584 narrated by Ibn Abbas. When Allah's Apostle arrived in Mecca, he refused to enter the Kaaba while there were idols in it. So he ordered that they be taken out. The pictures of the prophets Abraham and Ishmael holding arrows of divination in their hands were carried out. The Prophet said, "May Allah ruin them," that is the infidels, for they knew very well that they, i.e. Abraham and Ishmael, never drew lots by these divination arrows. Then the Prophet entered the Kaaba and said, "Allahu Akbar," in all his directions, and came out and did not offer any prayer therein. This is a very interesting and incriminating story, since it does not reflect any reality. It is recorded in all the hadiths that Muhammad visited the Kaaba most of his adult life long before and long after he declared his prophethood. Why then did he not see or remark upon these alleged pictures before? Why is there no mention of these pictures in the Quran? In fact, why did he not refuse to enter the Kaaba during these 22 years of his life? According to Ibn Ishaq, concerning the satanic verses incident, Muhammad prostrated in the Kaaba with his followers and with the polytheists. Nowhere in all the hadiths is there a single occasion when Muhammad refused to either enter or circumambulate the Kaaba. Like most of the traditions after his death, counted in the hundreds of thousands, they were concocted by his followers to fit in with their different sects and agendas and have little veracity in them, as Bukhari, Muslim and others found out during their collections of the ahadith. We have shown once again how it is almost impossible to accept the veracities of either the Quranic verses that contradict the Bible or the hadiths that contradict each other, as well as the very records of Muhammadan Islam.
Silence means consent. Why did Muhammad use this expression, and how is it applicable to our present era?
This chapter is short but very relevant to our present days, as I shall explain. Silence means consent is a very famous saying of Muhammad, which is pregnant with enormous implications. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 9.101 narrated by Aisha. Allah's Apostle said, "It is essential to have the consent of a virgin for marriage." I said, "A virgin feels shy." The Prophet said, "Her silence means her consent." She added, "Some people said, if a man falls in love with an orphan slave girl or a virgin and she refuses him, and then he makes a trick, by bringing two false witnesses to testify that he has married her, and then she attains the age of puberty and agrees to marry him, and the judge accepts the false witness, and the husband knows that the witnesses were false ones, he may consummate his marriage. Not much comment is required about such depraved morality and logic. Most important of all is the implication that if the female refused to agree, then she should not be forced. Sahih al-Bukhari 9.79, narrated by Aisha. I asked the Prophet, O Allah's Apostle, should the women be asked for their consent to their marriage? He said, yes. I said, a virgin, if asked, feels shy and keeps quiet. He said, her silence means her consent. Al-Muwatta Hadith 28.4. Asking consent of virgins and women previously married for their persons, Malik related to me from Abdullah ibn al-Fadl, from Nafi bin Jubair ibn Mutim, from Abdullah ibn Abbas, that the Messenger of Allah, may Allah bless him and grant him peace, said, a woman who has been previously married is more entitled to her person than her guardian, and the virgin must be asked for her consent for herself, and her consent is her silence. There are two very important corollaries to the above statements. A, that a virgin can refuse by not being silent, and hence should not be forced into marriage. As usual with Muhammadan Islam, regarding most aspects concerning the women of Islam, the males deliberately either ignore or pervert the clear instructions of both the Quran or the Ahadith. Invariably, the Muslim women are forced into arranged marriages at the earliest possible age, usually to much older men and totally against their will. Male Muhammadan Muslims are indecently obsessed with the virginity of their females, as if their honor and the honor of their families reside in the unbroken hymen of their women. That is why any infraction by a female that is deemed in any way, shape or form dishonorable, they butcher that female as if she were a mere chicken. For example, if a female fell in love with a Christian or a Buddhist or a Hindu, she is automatically soiled, since a Muslim woman can only marry a Muslim man and no other. This contrasts with the fact that a Muslim man can marry a Christian or a Jewish woman. Another simple example, especially in Western societies, if a woman was very friendly with non-Muslim men or with very modern females, this too can be grounds for dishonorable conduct requiring the death penalty. Of course, none of these rules are applied to the Muslim men. B. Now we address the second aspect of the corollaries, that of the silence of the majority of the followers of Muhammad vis-à-vis acts of terror, incitement to hatred, etc. by a minority among them also means that they consent to these acts. It stands to reason that had they found these acts unacceptable, they should have otherwise objected vehemently by demonstrating in the streets, especially in the free democracies that they assert they believe in. As we have seen repeatedly on television, they do not hesitate to conduct mass and very threatening, aggressive and vocal demonstrations whenever they perceive an insult to Islam. But not once have they done the same against acts of terror conducted in the name of Allah and Islam. They thus demonstrate an obscene degree of hypocrisy and a depraved indifference to morality or justice. Their deafening silence means their consent, exactly as Muhammad asserted. It is always extremely difficult to be objective about the life of the founder of a belief system such as Muhammad, as his personality is inevitably blurred by an aura of the miraculous. Early biographers are preoccupied not with historical facts, but with glorifying in every way the memory of one they believe to have been a messenger of Allah. Consequently, there is a rich accretion of myth and miracle, mysterious portents and heavenly signs, of copying and plagiarizing from other religious beliefs and traditions. It is in fact the propaganda of an expanding faith. One of the sources that we frequently quote from is Ibn Ishaq's biography of Muhammad. So we decided that our listeners should get to know something about such a prolific and honest author. Behind the legendary Muhammad, there lies very important stories that give us a more authentic picture of Muhammad the man, with all his ambitions, fears, anger, lust, jealousy, love, revenge, deception, aggression, etc. Although very little is known about his earlier years, the first certain date being that of the migration from Mecca to Medina, called the Hijrah, which took place in AD 622, it is still possible to build up the events of his real life as distinct from his symbolic one based upon the reports of the Seerah. The most comprehensive biography of Muhammad, called Sirat Rasulullah, was written decades after his death by Muhammad ibn Ishaq, who died 767. It is a fact that there exist no documents describing Muhammad and his formative years contemporaneous with him. All the relevant details were written with the benefit of hindsight and with the purpose of creating a distorted image of a man of almost mythic and superhuman qualities, sinless, isma', divinely inspired, faultless, fearless, political genius, etc. His life had to be made perfect to reflect the alleged miracle of the Quranic revelations. It became the compulsory sunnah for all Muhammadans, a way of daily life to be emulated by them in every detail, since it was the copy of the most perfect man, Muhammad. This doctrine has fixed the mentality and traditions of the Muhammadan Muslims in a time warp forever stuck in the 7th century. Ibn Ishaq was the first and nearest in time to the stories about Muhammad, since he wrote the biography about 100 years after his death. Unlike many later authors of Muhammad's alleged sayings and doings, gleaned from the 8th to the 10th mouths of reporters almost 200 to 300 years after his death. Muhammad ibn Ishaq ibn Yasar was born in Medina about 75 years after the death of Muhammad in 632-33 AD. His grandfather, Yasar, fell into the hands of Khalid ibn al-Walid when he captured Ain al-Tamr in 634 AD, having been held there as a prisoner by the Persian king. He was freed when he accepted Islam. Yasar's children, Ishaq and Musa, became traditionists, thus paving the way and preparing the author's life even before he reached manhood. Muhammad ibn Ishaq was associated with the second generation of traditionists, called the Tabi'een, the followers, who saw some of the Sahaba, companions, but not Muhammad, notably Az-Zuhri, Asim bin Umar bin Qatada, and Abdullah bin Abu Bakr. All these authors were so near to the events they recorded that they needed no isnad, chain of transmitters, to cite their authority or to prove the veracity of their collections. The isnad was needed much later on, when the traditions were removed several centuries after the death of Muhammad, and tens of thousands of made-to-order stories were concocted to fit in with the agenda of a one sect or a ruler or another. His study of Muhammad's Sunnah, Muhammad's alleged deeds, sayings and traditions must have started very early, for at the age of 30 he went to Egypt to attend the lectures of Yazid bin Abu Habib. There he was regarded as an authority, for the same Yazid, his tutor, afterwards related traditions on Ibn Ishaq's authority. On his return to Medina, he went on with the collection and arrangement of the material he collated. Al-Zuhri, who was in Medina in 123 AH, is reported to have remarked that the Medina would never lack ilm, religious knowledge, as long as Ibn Ishaq was there, and he eagerly gathered from him the details of Muhammad's wars. Although Ibn Ishaq's Seerah was preceded by several maghazi, books of conquests of unknown dates, nonetheless, there is no doubt that his biography of Muhammad had no serious rival. Muhammad ibn Ishaq, who died in 150 or 151 AH, is unquestionably the principal authority on the Seerah, Muhammad's biography, and maghazi, conquests, literature. Every writing after him has depended on his work, which, though lost in its entirety, has been immortalized in the wonderful extant abridgment of his pioneering work by Abu Muhammad Abdul Malik bin Hisham, or Ibn Hisham, who died 833 AD. Ibn Ishaq's work is notable for its excellent rigorous methodology, and its literary style is of the highest standard of elegance and beauty. This is hardly surprising when we recall that he was an accomplished scholar not only in the Arabic language but also in the science of hadith. For this reason, most of the isnad, chain of narration, that he gives in his seerah are also to be found in the authentic books of hadith. Ibn Ishaq, like Bukhari and Muslim later on, traveled very widely in the Muslim world in order to authenticate the isnad of his hadith. It is reported that he saw and heard Sa'id bin al-Musaybah, Aban ibn Uthman bin Affan, al-Zuhri, Abu Salama bin Abdul Rahman bin Auf, and Abdul Rahman bin Hurmuz al-A'raj. It is also reported that Ibn Ishaq was the teacher of the following outstanding authorities, among others: Yahya bin Sa'id al-Ansari, Sufyan al-Thawri, Ibn Jurayh, Shu'bah bin al-Hajjaj, Sufyan bin Uyayna, Hamad bin Zayd. The second most authoritative book on Sirah is that of Al-Maghazi, Conquests, by Muhammad bin Umar al-Waqidi al-Salami, who lived from 130 to 207 AH and is buried in Baghdad. This book was widely read in various parts of the Muslim world. The third authoritative work on Sirah is Ibn Sa'd's Tabaqat al-Kubra, 9 volumes. Ibn Sa'd was both the student and the scribe secretary of al-Waqidi. The quality and scholarly excellence of this Tabaqat al-Kubra say a great deal about the academic competence of his teacher and patron. Ahmad bin Jafar bin Wahab, called al-Yaqubi, his work is unique for its examples of Muhammad's sermons not to be found elsewhere, especially those containing instruction and admonition. Ahmad bin Yahya bin Jabir died in 279 AH, called al-Baladuri. The work of this early historian is valuable for the text it contains of certain important agreements which Muhammad concluded with some groups and individuals, among others the texts of his agreements with the Christians of Najran and his agreement with the people of Makna. Ibn Jarir died in 310, called Al-Tabari, authored a monumental world history, Ta'rikh al-Umam wal-Muluk. Al-Tabari was not merely a historian, but also an unrivaled authority on the Arabic language and grammar, on hadith and fiqh, and on tafsir, exegesis, and the interpretation of the Quran. Evidence of the excellence of his scholarship, his prodigious and untiring intellectual genius, is provided by his major works, which run into many lengthy volumes each. Abu al-Hasan Ali bin al-Husayn bin Ali al-Mas'udi died in 346 AH. He is a very well-known Arab historian, descendant of one of the companions of Muhammad, Abdullah bin Mas'ud, author of 2 books on history, including long sections on Sirah, both mentioned above. All the above luminaries in Islamic history and exegesis refer to Ibn Ishaq's Sirah in one way or another, a testament to his authority and the veracity of his reporting. I would like our listeners to know that a lot of the information that I recite in this chapter is gleaned from the most outstanding translation of Ibn Ishaq's Sirah by Alfred Guillaume in his monumental The Life of Muhammad, which should be a must-read for any of you, whether so-called believers or unbelievers. Anyone having read and studied this book must come out enlightened and affected by its depth of detail and the honesty of its reporting. It is in Ibn Ishaq's Sirah that the night journey and the satanic verses controversies are first reported. He was so earnest that Ibn Hisham had to delete several stories that were too offending upon the character of Muhammad. Several fundamentalist Muhammadan exegetes condemned Ibn Ishaq for having included reports gleaned from first or second generation descendants of converted Jews and Christians. They condemned him because they deliberately perpetuated the falsehood that the Jews and Christians of Arabia were foreign nationals, when in fact they were aboriginal and indigenous Arabians who converted to the monotheistic religions without force or coercion, unlike those who were forced or terrorized into the following of the cult of Muhammad. This hatred of the people of the book is institutionalized in the Quran in numerous unforgiving and unambiguous verses. Ibn Ishaq's reports are as objective as any one of his times could have been, and the proof resides in the fact that he mentions numerous and enlightening stories about Jews and Christians that are unbiased and show them in a singularly benevolent manner, contradicting their distorted and hate-mongering portrayals in the Quran and by the later Muhammadan theologians and hadiths.
Although we have shown, in almost every single chapter of this series, the innumerable falsehoods, contradictions, errors, and lies in Muhammad's Quran, we still receive feedback from both unbelievers as well as believers who doubt the magnitude of what we have been relaying. Will you expand on your explanations so that they will have very little doubt about the truthfulness of your statements?
As I have mentioned in several earlier chapters, and must repeat this here again, that it is entirely by divine justice that the very ahadith that explain the meaning of the verses of Muhammad's Quran are the very same that destroy the validity, the veracity, and the alleged divine origin of the Quran, as I shall now proceed to show. Hadiths mean traditions, plural ahadith, are the alleged deeds, actions, and conversations that Muhammad had with his wives, companions, and intimate friends regarding the meaning of words, ideas, precepts, and verses that were not clear to his followers. The hadith collections are the most important source of the Sunnah, Muhammad's example. That is, the established model of Muhammad's alleged words and deeds, which the believers must follow. The most revealing book about the biography of Muhammad is Sirat Rasulullah by Muhammad ibn Ishaq, written within 150 years from his death, which represents the accounts of the life, sayings, and deeds of Muhammad. Although the original book is not available, most of it is quoted in the abridged and sanitized version of Ibn Hisham and the more truthful one by Al-Tabari's history. These three books with Bukhari and Muslim hadiths represent the very foundations of Muhammadan Islam, without which the Quran would be unintelligible gibberish. As the hadith literature grew exponentially, it became evident that strict rules and regulations had to be implemented to separate what was fact from fiction. Memories of individuals, even of the same event, are rarely consistent, especially since memory is extremely subjective. Some may remember better than others. Some will remember one or more aspects of an event better or more vividly than others. The earliest collection of hadiths date from 150 to 200 years after the death of Muhammad. This vast accumulation of genuine, partly true, and totally spurious traditions were assimilated, digested, and put together in a collection of books called Ahadith, of which 6 are considered canonical. Sahih al-Bukhari, depending on which source one can rely on, he allegedly collected between 300,000 to 600,000 hadiths, of which he transmitted 2,602 as genuine and 9,082 with repetitions. Sahih Muslim, out of 300,000 ahadith, which he evaluated, only 4,000 approximately were extracted for inclusion into his collection based on stringent acceptance criteria. Sunan Ibn Majah, Sunan Abu Dawood, from which 50,000 ahadith, he chose 4,800 for inclusion in his work based upon their superior authenticity. Jama' al-Tirmidhi, Sunan al-Nasi. There are many hadith reports that contradict each other, making it clear that a lot of them cannot be depended upon as being truthful, because they were fabricated to suit a sect, a theological position, or to prove a legal point. Believers and unbelievers, the figures mentioned above that are based entirely upon the Muhammadan records themselves, represent an astronomical number of forgeries wherein the level of veracity is less than 1%. Since the Quran contains scant details of many of the duties of the believers, such as prayers, pilgrimage, fasting, alms, business interests, etc., it fell to the hadiths to fill this void by providing the details. In this manner, it regulates the life of a Muhammadan. Not all Muhammadan Muslims believe in the hadith, nor is there a single hadith to follow. From the beginnings of Muhammadan Islam, the Sunnis and Shiites have different collections of hadiths to which they relate as suits their agenda, but they invariably accept those that glorify Muhammad and reject those that discredit him. Orthodox Muhammadans allege that these hadiths were divinely inspired and hence are equal to the Quran. These spurious claims and assertions are, as usual, not supported by the historical records, since had the Quran and Hadith been of equal importance, then Muhammad's companions would have had his sayings meticulously written down, which of course is not the case. None of the caliphs who followed him nor his companions deemed it necessary to do so, unlike in the case of the Quran, which was written in the days of the first Khalifa Abu Bakr after Muhammad's death. It is a fact that the Quran does not contain any ruling that the ahadith must be followed. Since Muhammad was only an ordinary man, albeit with a mission allegedly from Allah, then only his acts and utterances that are compatible with the Quran should be followed and emulated. Being a mere mortal, he was subject to error and sin. Al-Kahf 18:110. Say, I am but a man like yourselves, but the inspiration has come to me that your God is one God. Ladies and gentlemen, the hadith reports themselves carry the seeds of their own destruction, since they contradict each other's statements, facts, and the Quran. Since the ahadith were transmitted by simple people over a long period of time, they had to be, and were, made subjective to their feelings, inclinations, prejudices, and preferences. Modern Muhammadan scholars do their very best to paint an image of Muhammad, his character, his deeds, his family, etc., which not only contradicts the historical record, but also the ahadith themselves, such as that he was sinless in emulation of Jesus, extremely brave, a magnificent warrior, a leader of huge and pivotal battles, noble to a fault to friends and foe, merciful, knowledgeable, judicious, fair, etc., etc. In reality, the hadiths as well as the Quran prove that he was none of the above. For example, the following items. 1. Of his 23 years as the alleged military leader, his battles lasted in total less than 1 month. Badr and Uhud were over in less than a day, each with losses that are incomparably small even in terms of warfare in that century. 2. His legendary heroism is betrayed by the fact that of more than 75 skirmishes, he was involved in between 15 to 19 of them as the commander in charge, but not actually participating in the fighting. These were in reality piratical raids to steal, kill, rob, rape, and enslave unsuspecting caravans or small communities in Arabia. In this manner, Muhammad increased his wealth and authority, and was thus able to bring to his lair, through bribery and greed, more like-minded, bloodthirsty pirates of the desert. He was actually the leader of one of the first organized crime syndicates in history. He always sent others to their glorious deaths in raids, ambushes, and skirmishes with unproven promises of great rewards of unlimited sexual, sensual, and carnal pleasures in his warped vision of paradise. 3. He ordered the murder of any and all of his political, theological, or satirical opponents, the news media par excellence of Arabia, whether male or female, young or old, free or slave, without mercy or decency, since they were invariably tricked to their deaths and murdered when unarmed, such as in the cases of Abu Afaq, a 120-year-old poet, Asma bint Marwan of Medina, mother of children, Ka'b bin al-Ashraf, Qurayza tribesmen, Khaybar settlement, etc. 4. Many of his raids were carried during the prohibited months and contrary to any and all of Arabia's rules of warfare, invariably treacherously and in underhand manner. 5. He showed his compassion in acts of extreme cruelty, as in the following examples. The Battle of Badr, when he allowed the mutilation of some of the slain Quraysh leaders. Meccan 10. Kinana of Khaybar, Muslims of Orania, apostates from Islam. 6. He treacherously broke every promise or treaty that he made with all those who conducted them with him, such as in the case of the Judaized Arabs, the Christian Arabs, and with his own Quraysh tribe at Hudaybiyah. 7. Before his alleged revelations, he was a pagan like the others of his tribe and used to offer sacrifices to Al-Uzza. In repeated verses in the Quran, Muhammad is described as only the mortal messenger of Allah whose sins Allah had forgiven. Even the hadiths tell us that prior to his alleged night journey, Muhammad was purified from sin and unbelief. In conclusion, the percentage of true traditions as collected by the most knowledgeable followers of Muhammad prove beyond a shadow of a doubt the abysmal and astounding record that over 99% of them were falsehoods and made up to fit the agenda of a sect or a ruler. Since the ahadith are also supposed to have been divinely inspired, where in the whole of them and the Quran are the ones that are true?
We are told by Mohammedan apologists that Mohammedan Islam actually made the status of women superior to what is in the so-called days of ignorance. What are the facts?
Dear listeners, it is imperative that you be aware of the following not always recognized fact, that the entirety of the information that we have about the status of women in the Jahiliyyah, the so-called period of ignorance, comes from the totally biased and unsubstantiated Islamic sources that for self-evident purposes of propaganda thus portray that period in the most abominable and unfavorable way possible. But fortunately, by studying and researching pre-Islamic poetry and the ahadith themselves, and despite their polemic, a different picture emerges which is infinitely more favorable and true, proving without a doubt that pre-Islamic women fared exceedingly better than the depraved rules and regulations enforced upon the female followers of Muhammad under Sharia law. It is very possible that the pagan Arabs used to kill female children, but this may have invariably been during times of extreme duress, such as periods of famine, hunger, and scarcity of food, since females become a burden on the resources of the tribe, while the males can help defend and acquire food. Muhammad stopped this not because he was being merciful, but because he allowed his followers to attack and plunder the wealth of all the other unbelieving tribes. The Muhammadan Muslim records themselves show that Muhammad's first wife Khadija was an excellent example of how liberated the women of Arabia were before his version of Islam. Neither she nor any other women were forced to wear a hijab just in case they may arouse a male Arab to lust for them. She was twice married, and it was she who proposed to the 15 years younger Muhammad, a situation that is unthinkable among the Muhammadans of today, who look for as young a virgin female as possible, down to 9 years of age or less. Khadija was an independent merchant woman who inherited the wealth of her husbands and did not need the approval of a male partner or relative to do her business. It was she who became the backbone of the frightened and vacillating Muhammad, who thought he was possessed by the jinn. It was Khadija who disabused him of this and made him believe that he was special. There were numerous female poets among the Jahiliyyah Arabs, more than during the entirety of Muhammadan Islam of 1400 years. There were such formidable poetesses that Muhammad had to have at least 2 of them murdered because they satirized him. They were able to circumambulate the Kaaba naked if they so wished. They accompanied, supported, and exhorted their menfolk in battle with poetry and song. They were able to inherit all the wealth of their spouses without having to defer to the males of the family, as was the case with Khadija, unlike under Sharia. The poetry of the men of the Jahiliyyah addressed their love for women as well as for their own bravery and sense of honor. Women of the Jahiliyyah could marry whom they wanted, like what happened with Khadija, without anyone arranging and forcing them to do so, as in the case of Muhammadan Islam. They were able to adorn and beautify themselves without fear of molestation, since this would have caused wars of honor, which the Jahiliyyah Arabs were loath to start. They were able to travel in caravans without the need to take permission from others, as is required in Muhammadan Islam. Some were lucky enough to get educated, unlike under Muhammadan Islam, which wants women to be just like domesticated animals. There were no cases of punishing adulterers, unlike those under Sharia law, which condemns the female, even when she had been raped, to being stoned to death. They were allowed to sing, dance, and drink wine, if and when so they wished, unlike their prohibition under Sharia law. It was Khadija's wealth, after all, which allowed Muhammad not to work and concentrate upon his perceived mission. It is Muhammad and his followers, the victors, who inform us of the alleged depravity of the Jahiliyyah Arabs. Thus, we only have the utterly unreliable traditions of Muhammadan Islam asserting these unsubstantiated accusations. Unfortunately for the followers of Muhammad, the ahadith themselves, when studied carefully and properly, prove otherwise. In fact, they show that under Muhammadan Islam, all manners of evil and injustice have been and are being perpetrated against the women of Islam and all those who do not believe in Muhammad as the Prophet of Allah. Al-Baqarah 2.223. Your wives are a tilth unto you, so approach your tilth when or how you will. Muhammadan Islam relegates womanhood to the level of a field suitable for plowing and sowing seed, and the man as the tiller. The Muslim wife is only a sex object for the Muslim husband's pleasure and desires, when, where, and how it suits him. That women can be sexually violated in any manner, time, or place that the Muslim man deems fit. Women are invariably considered as objects for the Muhammadan man's pleasure and gratification, his plaything. Al-Nisa 4.3. If you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with orphans, marry women of your choice who seem good to you, 2 or 3 or 4. 4.11. Allah directs you in regard of your children's inheritance. To the male, a portion equal to that of 2 females. 4.34. Men are the protectors and maintainers of women. The righteous women are devoutly obedient. As to those women on whose part you fear disloyalty and ill conduct, admonish them. Refuse to share their beds, beat them. 4.43. Believers, if you are ill or on a journey, or come from answering the call of nature, or you have touched a woman, and you find no water, then take for yourselves clear dirt and rub your faces and hands. The Quran claims that women are so unclean and polluted that they are worse than dirt. Al-Ahzab 33.59. Prophet, tell your wives and daughters and all believing women that they should cast their outer garments over their persons. As usual in the translation and interpretation of the Quranic verses, the Muhammadan scholars, all male, created rules and regulations to humiliate and make women subject to the dictates of the Muhammadan male chauvinists under all circumstances. These were and are nefarious, oppressive, and inhumane acts of control and subjugation. I have absolutely no doubt that the listeners would be utterly shocked to know that nowhere in the whole of the Quran is there any mention whatsoever of the veil, hijab, as a covering of women. The idea that only a woman's eyes should be exposed out of her whole body is not only morally bereft of justice and equality, but is utterly obscene, repugnant, and totally ungodly. God did not create women so that only men should be allowed to strut on the face of the earth, not fully covered as the women. Another remarkable story is buried in the tradition that Aisha, the wife of Muhammad, related that he did not force his wives to wear the hijab, as in Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 8.257, narrated by Aisha. Umar ibn al-Khattab used to say to Allah's Apostle, "Let your wives be veiled," but he did not do so. Sahih al-Bukhari 1.301, narrated by Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Once Allah's Apostle said, "O women, give alms, as I have seen that the majority of the dwellers of hellfire were you, women." They asked, "Why is it so, O Allah's Apostle?" He replied, "You curse frequently and are ungrateful to your husbands. I have not seen anyone more deficient in intelligence and religion than you." Sahih al-Bukhari 1.493, narrated by Aisha. The Prophet said, "The things which annul prayer were mentioned before me, and those are a dog, a donkey, and a woman." I said, "You have compared us women to donkeys and dogs." Sahih al-Bukhari 7.33, narrated by Usama bin Zayd. The Prophet said, "After me, I have not left any affliction more harmful to men than women." And last but not least, the most accurate appraisal of women in Muhammadan Islam is one found in Mishkat al-Masabih, Volume 2, page 692, by Walid ad-Din Abu Abdullah Mahmud Tabrizi. A woman is like a private part. When she goes out, the devil casts a glance at her. That is why women in Muhammadan Islam have to be covered from head to toe, because every square inch of their body is like a genital which would arouse the uncontrollable sexual desires of the Muhammadan male.
Contrary to what Mohammedans assert about Muhammad's alleged noble characteristics, My own research leads to an opposite deduction. What are your conclusions?
The most remarkable feature of the hadith is the fact that they expose and reveal the real characteristics of Muhammad. A man completely devoid of compassion, mercy, veracity, or nobility. A man who deliberately and continually manipulated, deceived, and betrayed the trust of his gullible and superstitious followers during all of his 23 years mission. He used the wealth that he plundered and pirated from all of his innocent victims to bribe, induce, corrupt, entice, or buy off those who would otherwise not join his cult belief system. Our listeners should be made aware that for the first 13 years of preaching in Mecca, among his own kith and kin, less than 100 souls were willing to believe him or his message, although these Arabs were among the most illiterate, unlearned, and superstitious people in that area of the Middle East. His followers grew in numbers only after he started using terror, ambush, slaughter, plunder, and piracy, and his promise that those who die doing his bidding would end up in a paradise of eternal sexual and sensual bliss. The Quran has a special surah, Al-Anfal, number 8, dedicated for the sanctification by Allah of all of Muhammad's acts of piracy, the distribution of the booty, plunder, and slavery. Let me now recite only a fraction of the verses that prove my statements. Al-Ma'idah 5.119. Allah will say, this is the day on which the Muslims will profit from Islam. Al-Anfal 8.1. They ask you about the benefits of capturing the spoils of war. Tell them that the benefits belong to Allah and to His Messenger. So fulfill your duty to Allah and the Prophet. 8.69. So enjoy what you took as booty. The spoils are lawful and good. Al-Tawbah 9.42. Prophet, had there been immediate gain in sight with the booty in front of them, and the journey easy, a near adventure, they would all have followed you. 9.57. Some slander you, blaming you of partiality in the matter of the distribution of the offerings, the stolen spoils. If they are given part of these, they are pleased. But if not, they are indignant and enraged. 9.29. Fight against those people of the book, Christians and Jews, who do not follow what Allah and His Messenger acknowledge as the true religion, Islam, nor accept our law, until they pay the jizya, tribute, tax, in submission and humiliation. Al-Fath 48.19. He rewarded them with abundant spoils that they will capture. Allah has promised you much booty that you shall take, and He has made this easy for you. Al-Duha 93.4. Soon will your Lord give you so much, you shall be well pleased. Did He not find you poor and made you rich? Bukhari 4.46. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, Allah guarantees that He will admit the Muslim fighter into paradise if he is killed, otherwise He will return him to his home safely with rewards and booty. Of course, Allah will reward the pirates with the rape, enslavement, and plunder of their innocent victims. Bukhari 4.376. While Allah's Apostle was accompanied by the people on their way back from Hunyan, the Bedouins started begging for things so aggressively that they forced him to go under a samura tree where his outer garment was snatched away. On that, Allah's Apostle stood up and said, "Return my clothes. If I had as many camels as these trees, I would have distributed them amongst you, and you will not find me a miser." Bukhari 4.377. While I was walking with the Prophet, he was wearing a Najrani outer garment with a thick hem. A Bedouin came upon him and pulled his garment so violently that I could see the imprint of the hem on his shoulder, caused by the violence of his pull. The Bedouin said, "Give me something from Allah's fortune which you have." The Prophet turned, smiled, and ordered that a gift should be given. Muhammad's gift was very easy, since it was from the booty that he had just pirated from his slaughtered victims. Bukhari 4.374. The Prophet said, "I give to the Quraysh so that they will desire Islam, for they are nearer to the life of ignorance, and it is not strong in their hearts." In any language, this constitutes bribery. Bukhari 4.795. I have been given the keys of the treasures of the world by Allah. Bukhari 5.512. The Prophet had their men killed, their children and women taken as captives. The captives were divided among the Muslims. Then the messenger began taking homes and property that were closest to him. Bukhari 5.620. When Allah gave Allah's apostle what he gave of the properties of the Hawazin tribe as war booty, the Prophet started giving some men 100 camels each. The Ansar then said, "May Allah forgive Allah's apostle as he gives to Quraysh and leaves us although our swords are still dribbling with the blood of Quraysh." Allah's apostle was informed of their statement. So he sent for the Ansar and gathered them into a leather tent and did not call anybody else along with them. The Prophet explained, "I give to these men who have newly deserted heathenism and embraced Islam so as to attract their hearts." Muhammad found that the easiest ways to the hearts and minds of his would-be followers are not words, but bribes in this life and promises of even more in the hereafter. He murdered, dispossessed, and took booty from the Jews, the Christians, the Quraysh, and all others who were not among his followers, and distributed them as inducement and rewards to those who murdered in the name of Allah and His Messenger. Bukhari 9.59. When the Prophet died, Arabs reverted to this belief. Bukhari 9.127. The Prophet said, "I have been awarded victory by terror, so the treasures of the earth are mine." Ishaq 3.27. Allah made booty lawful and good. He used it to entice the Muslims to unity of purpose, so enjoy what you have captured. Ishaq 3.24. Allah taught them how to divide the spoil. He made it lawful and said, "A fifth of the booty belongs to the apostle." Tabari 8.16. Soon the trial became great for the Muslims and fear intensified. One said, "Muhammad was promising us that we should eat up the treasures of Xerxes and Caesar, and now none of us even can go out to relieve himself." Tabari 8.116. So Muhammad began seizing their herds and their property bit by bit. He conquered home by home. The messenger took some of his people captive, including Safiya and her two cousins. The Prophet chose Safiya for himself. When Diya protested, wanting to keep Safiya for himself, the apostle traded for Safiya by giving Diya her two cousins. The women of Khaybar were distributed among the Muslims. Ishaq 515. When the people of Fadak heard of what had happened, they sent word to the messenger asking him to banish them and spare their lives, saying they too would leave him their property. So Khaybar became the prey of the Muslims, while Fadak belonged exclusively to the Messenger of Allah, becoming his personal property. Ishaq 594. The apostle gave gifts to those whose hearts were to be won over, notably the chiefs of the army, to win them and through them the people. Tabari 9.196. Fatima, Muhammad's daughter, and Ali, Muhammad's adopted son, and Fatima's husband, came to Bakr demanding their share of the inheritance of the messenger. They demanded Muhammad's land in Fadak and his share of Khaybar's tribute. Ladies and gentlemen, so-called believers and unbelievers, all the Muhammadan records show that he died a very wealthy man, contrary to all the lies and deception perpetrated and repeated by his later and current followers who tell an otherwise ignorant world that he died in poverty.
The title Sword of Allah was given to Khalid ibn al-Walid. Will you explain why?
First and foremost, it is imperative that our listeners be reminded at all times of the following fact, that almost the entire historical record of Muhammadan Islamic battles, stories and events is based on the one-sided reports as were written by the victorious Muhammadans. Only an insignificant number of records survived to tell the story from the victim's side. No records have ever been found from the Christian or Judaized Arabs who were either exiled, slaughtered, or enslaved. The same can also be said regarding the pagan Arabs. Not many people realize that the speed with which the Muhammadan armies were able to conquer the Christian Byzantine Empire especially was achieved due to the following facts. 1. Christians were so divided amongst themselves that Catholic Europe was more willing to let the Byzantine Christians be defeated by the Arabs than give them aid. 2. Many of the cities surrendered to the Mohammedans because the populace of different Christian sects hated the Byzantine Christians more than they feared the hordes of Mohammedan Islam. 3. Although the hordes of Mohammedan Islam had no knowledge of siege engines, of catapults, or any of the technologies required to overcome walled cities, the abject surrender of the Christians allowed them a lightning victory. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that those who do not learn from history will most assuredly be doomed to repeat it. Today's Christians are even more divided than they were 1400 years ago. European Christians in particular are not lifting a single finger to help their brothers and sisters in Christ in Africa or Asia, who are regularly suffering under the onslaught of a virulent revival of fundamentalist Mohammedan Islam. Moreover, especially among European Christians, they have neither pride in their religion nor in their nations and are unwilling to defend their democracies. Khalid ibn al-Walid, 592 to 642, was from the Meccan tribe of Quraysh, who opposed Muhammad and played a vital role in their victory at the Battle of Uhud. He later accepted Islam, however, and joined Muhammad after the Treaty of Hudaybiyah and commanded various expeditions for him. 3 months after Khalid's arrival to Medina, Muhammad sent an envoy to the Ghassanids with a letter asking the chieftain to accept Islam. While passing through Mu'tah, this envoy was allegedly intercepted and killed by a local Ghassanid chieftain. Traditionally, diplomatic envoys held immunity from attack, and the news of this act inflamed Muhammad. It was AD 629. An expedition was prepared to take punitive action against the Ghassanids. Muhammad appointed 3 different commanders to succeed each other in the case of death in battle. During the battle, the 3 named commanders were slain, and Khalid was selected as the commander. He was able to maintain his army of 3,000 soldiers against the numerically superior forces of the Byzantine Empire and Ghassanid Arabs in what could be known as the Battle of Mu'tah. Because of Khalid's brilliant military abilities, the Muslim army survived from what would have been a shameful defeat. Khalid broke 9 swords during combat in the battle, and after the Battle of Mu'tah, he was given the title Sword of Allah. In this very rare instance, there is a report from the side of the Byzantines which paints a completely different picture. This is a chronicle written by a Byzantine monk called Theophanes. According to Theophanes, the Mohammedan army intended to attack the local Arabs on a feast day. However, the vicar Theodorus learned about their plans and gathered a force from the garrisons of local fortresses. He fell upon the Muslims at Mu'tah and routed them. 3 of the Muslim leaders were killed, and only Khalid ibn al-Walid managed to escape with the rest of the army. The Mu'tah battle was a defeat for Muhammad's pirates, since the Arabian tribes of Judam and Lakhm were among the Byzantine allies that defeated the Mohammedans. In 630 AD, Muslims advanced from Medina to conquer Mecca. In the conquest of Mecca, Khalid commanded one of the 4 Muslim armies that entered Mecca, and he had a skirmish with the Quraysh cavalry. Later on, he was made commander of the Muslims' cavalry in the Battle of Hunyan and participated in the siege of Taif and other skirmishes. In 631, he was present at the farewell Hajj of Muhammad. Khalid is noted for his military prowess, commanding the forces of Muhammad and those of his immediate successors of the Rashidun Caliphate, Abu Bakr and Umar ibn al-Khattab. He has the distinction of being undefeated in over 100 battles against the numerically superior forces of the Byzantine Roman Empire, Sassanid Persian Empire, and their allies. After Muhammad's death, many tribes broke away in revolt against the oppressive rule of Medina. Khalid played a key role in commanding Medinan forces for Abu Bakr in the Ridda or apostasy wars, which caused the slaughter of thousands of Arabs. According to Shia sources, Khalid preferred more aggressive methods and sent out parties of horsemen to round up the fugitives and plunder their property. One such party seized Malik bin Nuwayra and his family and brought them into Khalid, although they claimed to be Muslims. The men of Medina who were with the army protested vigorously against Khalid's ruthlessness, but without avail. Khalid declared Malik an apostate and ordered his execution. The same night, Khalid raped Malik's widow, Layla bint al-Minhal, who is said to be one of the most beautiful women in Arabia at the time. Khalid's rape of Layla later became a controversial issue because there was a group of people who believed that Khalid had killed Malik to get Layla, and Khalid was called by Khalifa Abu Bakr to explain the matter. I would like to remind our listeners that Khalid was only following Muhammad's sunnah of raping the women of his slaughtered victims the same night, and then his followers called it marriage. After the incident of Malik, Khalifa Abu Bakr sent Khalid to crush the most powerful threat to the nascent Islamic state of Medina, another self-proclaimed prophet, Musaylima. Khalid won a decisive victory against him in the Battle of Yamama, which was fought in 632 AD. With the defeat of Musaylima, nearly all resistance of the rebel tribes collapsed. Our listeners should be made aware that it was during this very battle that hundreds of the memorizers of the Quran were slaughtered, and with them all the verses that only they knew about. Now, Caliph Abu Bakr decided to expand the empire. The Islamic conquest of Persia was to begin. Khalid was sent to the Persian Empire with an army consisting of 18,000 to conquer the richest province of the Persian Empire, Iraq. In 1 year, 633 AD, by superb generalship, Iraq was wrested from the Persians and was under the Muhammadan Arabs. Abu Bakr congratulated Khalid ibn al-Walid over his victories and gave him a new task, to enter the Byzantine province of Syria and command Islamic armies there. The Byzantine province of Syria in those days consisted of modern-day Syria, Jordan, Israel, the Palestinian territories, Lebanon, and southern Turkey. Passing through the Syrian desert, Khalid, with half of his army of 9,000 warriors, entered Syria in June 634 and commanded the 23,000-strong Muslim army present there under the command of 4 generals: Abu Ubaidah ibn Jarrah, Yazid ibn Abu Sufyan, Sharjil bin Hushana, and Amr ibn al-As. On the 22nd of August 634, during the siege of Damascus, Abu Bakr died, having made Umar his successor. Umar's first move was to relieve Khalid from commanding the army and appointed Abu Ubaidah ibn Jarrah as the new commander-in-chief of the Islamic army. There is only one known reason for Khalid's dismissal, which is that the Caliph Umar feared his soldiers might rely on Khalid for victory and not Allah, so he relieved him of his post. Even though Umar relieved him of high command, he remained the effective leader of the forces arrayed against the Byzantines during the early stages of the Byzantine Arab Wars. Under his command, Damascus was captured in 635, and the key Arab victory against the Roman Byzantine forces was achieved at the Battle of Yarmouk 636, which led to the conquest of Bilad al-Sham. Abu Ubaidah held a meeting with his high command officers, including Khalid, to decide future conquests. They decided to conquer Jerusalem. The siege of Jerusalem lasted 4 months, after which the city agreed to surrender, but only to Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab in person, who came, and then Jerusalem surrendered on April 637. Khalid's popularity and fame among the Arabs became so great that poets recited odes about his glorious achievements to such an extent that the Caliph Umar found a flimsy pretext to actually dismiss him from the army. He then went to Medina to meet Umar to protest about what he considered to be injustice. Umar praised him in these words: "You have done, and no man has done as you have done. But it is not people who do, it is Allah who does." Later, Umar explained his dismissal of Khalid. "I have not dismissed Khalid because of my anger or because of any dishonesty on his part, but because people glorified him and were misled. I feared that the people would rely on him. I want them to know that it is Allah who does all things, and there should be no mischief in the land." Khalid had wanted to die a martyr in the field of battle, and was disappointed when he knew that he would die in bed. Khalid put all the torment of his soul into one last anguished sentence: "I fought in so many battles seeking martyrdom that there is no place in my body but have a stabbing mark by a spear, a sword, or a dagger. And yet here I am, dying on my bed like an old camel dies. May the eyes of the cowards never sleep." Khalid's successful military career and valor were repaid with what can only be described as ignominy.
The Quran and Hadith accuse the Jews of having killed the prophets. Whose and which prophets did they allegedly kill?
It is ironic that the Jew-hater Muhammad should include the above statement in his Quran. Why should Muhammad care if the Jews killed any of their own? They were not killing Arab prophets, not that there were any after all. Did all the Jews of the ancient world participate in these killings? Are all the Jews all over this globe guilty for the acts of some individuals or groups among them? If so, then all the followers of Muhammad, all hundreds of millions of them, should be held responsible for all the acts of terror conducted by some of them in the name of Allah and Muhammad and Islam. The same can also be applied to Christianity. The Crusaders committed heinous crimes not only against the Mohammedans, but also against other Christian sects and Jews in Europe. They did so in the name of Christianity. But Jesus never allowed such acts of wanton mass slaughter or any acts of violence whatsoever. Should all Christians all over the world be held responsible for these acts? Christians in Africa, in Asia, in the Americas, for all time? Also, should all the followers of Muhammad be held responsible, all hundreds of millions of them, for the real slaughter of Umar ibn al-Khattab, of Uthman bin Affan, of Ali ibn Abi Talib, of Al-Hussein bin Ali, and all of the tens of Khalifas who suffered the same fate during 1400 years of Muhammadan Islam? Of course, some inordinately clever Muhammadan will remark, but these were not prophets. True, but they were, according to the traditions, Allah's regents on earth, carrying the mantle of the Quran and Muhammad's Sunnah. Can any follower of Muhammad reveal to our listeners which group of Jews killed which prophets? Could they also reveal the circumstances and dates of these events? Can any one of them name these allegedly slaughtered prophets? Why do the followers of Muhammad always use a double standard with an obscene degree of hypocrisy, whereby they attack the religious beliefs and integrity of Christians, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, Zoroastrians, animists, and pagans, but will not accept or allow any criticism of their own wanting cult belief system? Al-Baqarah 2.87. Is it that whenever there comes to you an apostle with what you yourselves desire not, you are puffed up with pride? Some you called impostors, and others you slay? 291. Say, why then have you slain the prophets of Allah in times gone by, if you did indeed believe? Al-Imran 3.21. As to those who deny the signs of Allah and in defiance of right, slay the prophets, and slay those who teach just dealing with mankind, announce to them a grievous penalty. So-called believers and unbelievers, be aware of the following facts. 1. The Quran lists about a dozen Hebrew prophets and kings such as Adam, Noah, Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Aaron, Job, Idris, David, and Solomon. Not one of them was killed by either the Israelites or the Jews. 2. Even in the singular case of Jesus, he was executed according to the Roman law of crucifixion as a rebel, and not under the Mosaic law of rajm, of stoning to death. 3. Muhammad's Quran very strangely omits to mention a single name of the great Hebrew prophets after Moses, such as Samuel, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Hosea, Amos, and 11 more of them. Yet all the Jews, very conveniently and without a single proof, are accused of slaughtering their prophets. As we have shown throughout our series, that the astounding lack of veracity in the Quran precludes it from having ever been divinely revealed. That the Quran in reality is the sole product of Muhammad's own alter ego. His hatred, lust, narcissism, anger, fear, total incomprehension of the biblical events and characters, historical and space dislocations, grammatical and lexical errors, plagiarism, etc. But cleverly projected into the unsuspecting mouth of Allah, the name of the supreme rock god of the Kaaba. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that Muhammad's Quran went through two distinct stages. That of Mecca period, wherein the verses are truly conciliatory, and those of the Medina period, which are hate-mongering and warmongering, that abrogated, overruled, or overturned most of the earlier ones. These abrogating and abrogated verses occur in 71 out of 114 chapters, representing an incredible 62.28% change of Allah's mind, are actually a reflection of Muhammad's own split personality. On the one hand, he recites a decent, humane, and just precept or concept, Then, on the other hand, he overturns and replaces it with another hate-mongering and merciless one. Take the following as representing only a few examples. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 6.298 narrated by Abu Hurairah. Allah's Apostle said, "No child is born except in al-Fitra, Islam, and then his parents make him Jewish, Christian or Magian. As an animal produces a perfect young animal, do you see any part of its body amputated?" Fitra is an Arabic word meaning innate human nature or primordial nature of sinlessness and innocence. Sahih al-Bukhari 4.256 narrated by Asab bin Jathama. The Prophet was asked whether it was permissible to attack the pagan warriors at night with the probability of exposing their women and children to danger. The Prophet replied, "They, the women and children, are of them," i.e. the pagans. So what happened to the innocence or state of fitra that Muhammad had earlier attributed to children? Al-Baqarah 2.136. Say ye, we believe in Allah and the revelation given to us and to Abraham, Ismail, Isaac, Jacob and the tribes, and that given to Moses and Jesus, and that given to all prophets from their Lord. We make no difference between one and another of them, and we bow to Allah in Islam. Al-Fath 48.28. It is He who has sent His apostle with guidance and the religion of truth, Islam, to proclaim it over all religion. In an instant, they make no difference between one and another of them, evaporates into thin air, and is replaced by the assertion, Islam will prevail over every other religion. So, this is the example of the tolerance of Muhammad and Islam that we hear so much about. Al-Baqarah 2.256. There is no compulsion in religion, for the right way is clearly from the wrong way. Al-Imran 3.85. Anyone desires a religion other than Islam, never will it be accepted of him. So what happened to the no compulsion statement that Allah instructed Muhammad to recite? Al-Baqarah 2.62. Those who believe in the Quran and those who follow the Jewish scriptures and the Christians and the Sabians, and who believe in Allah and the last day and work righteousness shall have their reward with their Lord. On them shall be no fear, nor shall they be grieving. Al-Imran 3.118. O you who believe, take not into your intimacy those outside your religion, pagans, Jews and Christians. They will not fail to corrupt you. They only desire your ruin. Rank hatred has already appeared from their mouths. What their hearts conceal is far worse. 3.73. And believe no one unless he follows your religion. This is tolerant Muhammadan Islam at its mildest form. Al-Ankabut 29.46. And dispute ye not with the people of the book except with means better. Say, we believe in the revelation which has come down to us and with that which came down to you. Our Allah and your Allah is one, and it is to Him we bow in Islam. Al-Saf 61.9. It is He who has sent His apostle with guidance and the religion of truth, Islam, that He may proclaim it over all religion, even though the pagans may detest it. Another beautiful example of the compassion, tolerance, and mercy of the cult of Muhammad. Al-Kafirun 109.6. Unto you your religion, and unto me my religion. Lakum dinakum waliya dini. Al-Tawbah 9.29. Fight those who believe not in Allah nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which has been forbidden by Allah and His apostle, nor acknowledge the religion of truth, Islam, even if they are the people of the book, Jews and Christians, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves humiliated. So-called believers, how can you intellectually, morally or theologically judge or accept as true that such incontrovertibly and blatantly contradictory statements are emanating from any omniscient and infallible divinity?
The Temple of Solomon is not mentioned in the Quran, but the Hadiths create incredible as well as contradictory stories about it. Will you explain?
I always have to make our listeners aware of facts that are not common knowledge to most people, whether so-called believers or unbelievers. That there is no mention in the Quran of the Temple of Jerusalem nor of the name Jerusalem. That every single encounter by Muhammad with the angel Gabriel, who was allegedly revealing the Quran to him, was never witnessed by either his wives nor by any of his companions. All we have, and all they ever had, are Muhammad's unverified and unsubstantiated assertions that he did. On the one hand, every single miraculous encounter of Muhammad occurred in the dead of night without any witnesses. The miracles that Moses performed were, on the other hand, witnessed by the whole of the Israelite and Egyptian peoples in broad daylight. Now, let me recite the single verse in the Quran, upon which an incredible myth was created, the results of which reverberate 1400 years later in the 21st century. Surah Al-Isra 17.1. Glory to Allah who did take his servant for a journey by night, from the sacred mosque to the furthest mosque, whose precincts we did bless, in order that we might show him some of our signs, for he is the one who heareth and seeth all things. سبحان الذي أسرى بعبده ليلا من المسجد الحرم إلى المسجد الأقصى الذي باركنا حوله لنريه من آياتنا إنه السميع البصير. 17.2. We gave Moses the book and made it a guide to the children of Israel, commanding, take not other than me as disposer of your affairs. Let us together scrutinize and analyze this verse. The very first section, glory to Allah who did take his servant for a journey by night from the sacred mosque to the furthest mosque, cannot be the words of Allah glorifying himself, but could be attributed to the angel Gabriel. The next section, whose precincts we did bless in order that we might show him some of our signs. The majestic we pertains to Allah, and hence this section can be attributed to him. The third section, for he is the one who heareth and seeth all things, is once again about Allah and could have been Gabriel doing the reciting. Hence we have Gabriel reciting first, then Allah, and finally Gabriel. The second section then represents Allah addressing Muhammad directly, which should not have been the case, especially since nowhere in the Quran or Hadith is there any mention that Muhammad received his inspirations directly from Allah, and if this were the case, what therefore was the need for Gabriel? After all, Moses was addressed directly by Allah as Kalimullah and needed no intermediaries. There is absolutely no indication as to where Al-Masjid Al-Aqsa is. Neither is there any word or expression assuming a miraculous event. It is a simple statement that Muhammad was taken on a journey from Mecca to an undisclosed holy destination. No human being can connect this alleged event to any point on earth, let alone Jerusalem. Moreover, the very next verse jumps from the 7th century AD to the 15th century BC without batting an eyelid, although the two subjects have absolutely no relevance to each other. If the event mentioned above were truly miraculous, there would have been more verses to follow, extolling and elaborating upon the subject. Nothing of the kind can be found in the Quran. This event presumably occurred just before Muhammad migrated to Medina in 622 AD. For the next 150 years, no one ever connected this event to Jerusalem or anywhere else. Then comes Muhammad ibn Ishaq, and his biography of Muhammad called Sirat Rasulullah, page 181, section The Night Journey and the Ascent to Heaven, as translated by Alfred Guillaume in his monumental The Life of Muhammad. Ibn Ishaq was researching, compiling, comparing and contrasting stories that he heard from Muhammad's companions, their descendants or friends and family, to compose his biography of Muhammad. Ibn Ishaq admits that he patched together assorted stories regarding an alleged miraculous journey that Muhammad had on an animal called Buraq to Jerusalem, then the 7 heavens and back to Mecca in a single night. This becomes one source, among others, of the worst cases of deceptions and contortions of facts and religion propagated by the Quran and Hadiths that have ever been perpetrated upon the human consciousness since the beginnings of recorded history. It is upon these unfounded and unsubstantiated lies that the Arabs and the followers of Muhammad lay their claim upon Jerusalem. The name of the capital city of the Israelites that was built by King Solomon is mentioned in the Bible, the same Bible that the Quran uses as a witness to its own veracity and divine origin. 1 Kings 6.1. In the 480th year after the children of Israel's exodus from the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, he built the temple for the Almighty. Jerusalem became and remained the capital of the Israelites and later the kingdom of Judea until its final destruction by the Romans in 135 AD. The only capital and spiritual center of the Israelites and the Jews for almost 1,000 years. Even during the centuries leading to the Arab conquest of the city, Jerusalem remained the singular and most persistent spiritual focus of the Jews and their hope to return from their exile to the land of their birth. I would like to point out to those followers of Muhammad who may be listening that the name of Jerusalem is mentioned 667 times in the Bible, while there exists not a single mention of it in the whole of the Quran. Also, while the followers of Muhammad keep repeating ad nauseum the mantra that it is their third holiest place, they deliberately, willfully, and with utter contempt to history, religion, and reality, ignore the fact that it is the first, foremost, and only holy city for the Jews whose capital it has always been. They also deliberately and very conveniently disregard and overlook the fact that it was the hordes of the Arab followers of Muhammad who occupied the city and took it away from the Byzantine Christians when they conquered their empire and subjugated its native peoples. The followers of Muhammad, the aggressors, have the gall and audacity to claim the city which is holy to the Jews and Christians as holy to them also, just because Muhammad allegedly had a one-night stand there. The modern followers of Muhammad, in their usual attempt to eradicate the histories of their conquered peoples, are now claiming as well as asserting that there never was a Temple of Solomon. One of those who spread this obscene lie was the unlamented leader of the PLO, Yasser Arafat. Dear listeners, I have mentioned on several occasions that it is by divine justice that the very hadiths that explain the Quran to the followers of Muhammad are the same that utterly destroy its alleged divine origins. The same is true about the followers of Muhammad who attempt to deform and contort history and reality to conform to their perverted agenda of delegitimizing and or dehumanizing the Christians and Jews and their links to Jerusalem. Let us assume, for instance, that Yasser Arafat and other like-minded Mohammedans are correct, that there never was a Temple of Solomon. Then these unholy idiots and morons destroy the veracity of the very ahadith that are the second most important legacy of Muhammad, since they contain his sunnah. They destroy the ahadith because they contain the very stories about Muhammad's alleged miraculous night journey upon which the whole edifice of their claim to Jerusalem stands. If there was no Temple of Solomon, then Muhammad lied and deceived his listeners when he asserted and then described the temple to them. By the way, Muhammad did lie and deceive his mostly illiterate, superstitious, and gullible followers, since in the days of Muhammad there was no Temple of Solomon standing, as it had already been destroyed by the Romans almost 570 years earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, so-called believers and unbelievers, every chapter of our series destroys verse by verse, mantra by mantra, term by term, idea by idea, the alleged veracity and or the divine origins of the Quran and the Hadiths. And we are enormously beholden and indebted to the followers of Muhammad for helping us accomplish our mission.
From my own studies of the subject, I found that the records of Mohammedan Islam paint a very evil picture of the pagan Arabs vis-a-vis Muhammad in a very one-sided manner. What, according to your research, are the facts?
First and foremost, I would like to point out the following facts to our listeners, even though I have mentioned them in earlier chapters. All that humanity knows regarding Muhammad's life, deeds, and utterances, as well as all the character assassinations of those who opposed him, are based entirely upon the records as rewritten by the victors, the Muhammadan Muslims. Over a period of 300 years after his death, his followers posthumously turned Muhammad into a superhuman and perfect being, and heaped upon him thousands of concocted stories of miracles and deeds that the Quran never mentioned. To reiterate, we have not a single record of these events from the point of view of Muhammad's victims, the pagan Arabs or the Judaized and Christian Arabs. Like all criminal minds, and to justify any and all of his heinous acts, Muhammad projected upon his victims the very attributes, sentiments and actions that he actually harbored against them or intended to do unto them. All the hadiths show beyond a reasonable doubt that it was Muhammad who always initiated all acts of aggression against his victims, starting with his own kith and kin, the Quraysh, then other pagan Arabs, then the Jews, and finally the Christians. To prove our statements and conclusions, we never have to deceive, lie, or misrepresent anything regarding Muhammad's Quran or the Hadiths. Because, as we have repeatedly and amply demonstrated, the Quran and Hadiths self-destruct. It was Muhammad who insulted his people's gods. It was Muhammad who denigrated their centuries-old religious beliefs and traditions. It was Muhammad who consigned all their dead, their mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, etc., to eternal perdition just because they did not believe as he did. The fact that they let him live speaks volumes about their decency, tolerance, tribal loyalty, and compassion. Because of these sublime attributes, they were later subjugated and forced to convert to his cult belief system, hence losing their freedom, their dignity, and their morality. As we all know, no human being would last more than a few seconds if one insulted Muhammad, Allah, or Islam in any Muhammadan country or even in any other country. Please remember these facts at all times, as I open for you Pandora's box of Muhammad's version of justice, mercy, and compassion. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 117, narrated by Ali ibn Abu Talib. Khadija asked Allah's apostle about her children who had died in the days of ignorance. Thereupon Allah's messenger said, "They are in hellfire." And when he saw the sign of disgust on her face, he said, "If you were to see their situation, you would hate them." She said, "Allah messenger, what about my child that was born of your loins?" He said, "It is in paradise." Then Allah's messenger said, "Verily, the believers and their children will be in paradise, and the polytheists and their children in hellfire." So-called believers and unbelievers, you should all know that only God has the authority to consign the dead to heaven or to hell, and not Muhammad. Yet we find Muhammad arrogating this divine privilege to himself, both in his Quran as well as in the Hadiths. By what stretch of human imagination or intellect can anyone accept Muhammad's answer to his wife Khadija as either true or binding? Why would any innocent child be consigned to eternal damnation through no fault of its own? Who, besides Muhammad's perverted version of the divine, would any compassionate and merciful God ordain such immoral, unjust, and evil ruling? Why should Khadija's dead children prior to Muhammad be among the dwellers of hell, while his one ends up in heaven? Both died in infancy, and according to Muhammad were born in fitrah, that is, in Islam, as the following verse asserts. Sahih Bukhari 6.298, narrated by Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, "No child is born except on al-fitrah, Islam, and then his parents make him Jewish, Christian, or Magian. As an animal produces a perfect young animal, do you see any part of its body amputated?" As we have demonstrated repeatedly in our series, Muhammad was a pathological liar, a demonic deceiver, and an obscene hypocrite who beguiled and tempted his otherwise ignorant, unlearned, and superstitious followers into believing him and his mendacities. In one verse, he extols the virtue and innocence of children, and in the next one, he consigns them to the tortures of hell. To believe and follow Muhammad is exactly the same as believing and following Satan. Most Westerners and other so-called unbelievers watch in horror the videos shown on Al Jazeera as well as on jihadi sites, the butchering, the beheadings, the dragging of the bodies of the dead, and their mutilation by frenzied Muhammadan mobs while screaming Allahu Akbar. They watch mesmerized at the unbelievable bestialities committed in front of their eyes in real time in the name of Allah and Islam. They watch while thinking that these satanic demonstrations are committed by only a fringe, a minority of radical or extremist elements, but nonetheless a minority of Muhammadan Muslims. Their erroneous perception is further reinforced by the deliberate lies and deceptions of the elite among the leaders of Muhammadan Islam and their supporters in the West. They willfully ignore the rulings perpetrated by the Muhammadan religious leaders in the most important seats of Muhammadanism in Saudi Arabia, Al-Azhar of Egypt, Qum of Iran, and others that state the following. A fatwa posted on a popular Islamic website in Saudi Arabia explains when a Muslim may mutilate the corpse of an infidel. The ruling, written by a Saudi religious sheikh named Omar Abdullah Hassan al-Shahibi, decrees that the dead can be mutilated as a reciprocal act when the enemy is disfiguring Muslim corpses, or when it otherwise serves the Islamic nation. In the second category, the reasons include to terrorize the enemy or to gladden the heart of a Muslim warrior. The religious ruling was evidently posted to address questions about the conflicts with the West and is not confined by geography. In fact, in each of two gruesome attacks in Saudi Arabia that left 25 foreigners and 5 Saudis dead, a Western corpse was dragged for some distance behind a car. One was the body of an American engineer in Yambu, the other a British businessman in Khobar. With a ruling such as to terrorize the enemy or to gladden the heart of a Muslim warrior, it is hard to imagine when mutilation cannot be justified. In the Ask a Scholar section of the popular Islamic site islamonline.net, it was asked how Islam views the issue of mutilating dead bodies of enemies. Sheikh Faisal Mawlawi, the deputy chairman of the European Council for Fatwa and Research, answered by declaring that mutilation is not allowable under Islam. But then came the loophole. It is possible to mutilate the dead only in case of retaliation. If one inflicts any physical damage on anyone, one should be retaliated against in the same manner. In case of war, Muslims are allowed to take vengeance for their mutilated dead mujahideen, in the same way it was done to them. This then, he explained, is the teaching of the Quran. Al-Nahl, chapter 16.126, which recommends patience but authorizes revenge. June 19, 2004, Saudi Arabia. Paul Johnson, an American engineer, was beheaded and the gory picture of his severed head was posted on the internet. May 2004, Iraq. Nicholas Berg, an American citizen in Iraq, was caught and beheaded. The gruesome act was shown in Arab television Al Jazeera. February 2002, Pakistan. Daniel Pearls suffered the same end. His assassins videotaped their grim crime proudly and showed to the world the level of savagery to which they can stoop. Mutilations, decapitations, and other horrendous acts of barbarity have become the hallmark of Muhammadan Islam's terrorism. But where did these so-called fighters get their inspiration from? The answer to this question, as we have repeatedly revealed in several chapters of our series, especially the ones that deal with Muhammad's Sunnah, his alleged deeds, performances, and statements that every male Muhammadan follower should emulate to the letter. Al-Imran 3.31. If you love Allah, then follow me, Muhammad. Al-Ahzab 33.21. We have indeed in the Apostle of Allah a beautiful pattern of conduct for anyone who hopes is in Allah and the final day. Miskat al-Masabih 1, page 173, the Book of Allah and the Sunnah of the Prophet. I leave with you two things. If you hold fast by them both, you will never be misguided. The Quran and my Sunnah. In this chapter, we shall show you a few examples set by Muhammad in the hope that they will make you understand better the Muhammadan Muslims and their perverted world view. Muhammad decided to raid a big caravan destined for Mecca that was coming from Damascus. The Quraysh, pestered by continuous attacks at their caravans, decided to confront Muhammad's marauding gang who had come for the kill. In this battle that took place in Badr and marks the beginning of Muhammad's rise to power, the Meccans lost 70 men and about the same number of them was taken as hostage, showing how Muhammad dealt with the injured and the captives in this war and in others, set the tone for the subsequent Muhammadan Muslim savagery that has lasted unto this day. Among the people who were slain was Abu Hakam, called Abu Jahl, a derogatory term used by Muhammad and his followers. Abu Hakam was severely wounded but still alive when Abdullah, the servant of Muhammad, ran up, put his foot on Abu Hakam's neck, got hold of his beard and started insulting the fatally wounded man whom his own people had named the father of wisdom. Abdullah cut off Abu Hakam's head and carried it to his master. The head of the enemy of Allah, exclaimed Muhammad joyously. Allah, there is none other God but He. Ye, there is no other, responded Abdullah, as he cast the severed head at the Prophet's feet. It is more acceptable to me, cried Muhammad, hardly able to contain his joy, than the choicest camel in all of Arabia. It is only by knowing these stories about Muhammad that we can comprehend the fascinations that the terrorists have for cutting the heads of their victims, and why, when a Muhammadan Muslim mob commits murder, they invoke the name of their God and cry out, Allahu Akbar, meaning Allah is great. You, our listeners, must always remember that it is because of the example set by Muhammad himself. According to some historians, Muhammad is said to have given orders for Abu Hakam's body to be mutilated and disfigured. Waqidi, page 85. Another man who fell in Badr and whose body was mutilated was Umayyah bin Khalaf. The reference to his mutilation can be found in Sahih al-Bukhari 5.193, narrated by Abdullah. I saw these people killed on the day of Badr battle and thrown in the well, except Umayyah or Ubay, whose body parts were mutilated, but he was not thrown in the well. These were men with whom Muhammad had personal enmity. According to one hadith, Muhammad had vowed to kill Umayyah a long time before the Battle of Badr. Bukhari 4.826. After 3 days, the bodies of the slain were dragged and dumped in a well. Muhammad stood by the well and looked on triumphantly as the bodies were brought up and cast in. Unable to contain his joy, Muhammad started calling them by name and bragged to the corpses about his victory. The following story can cast more light on the revengeful and implacable character of Muhammad. Among the captives was Abu al-Bukhtari. He had shown kindness to Muhammad in a time that the Quraysh had boycotted him and his family, and they were living in a state of self-imposed house arrest. Muhammad, mindful of this favor, proclaimed that he should not be harmed. However, Abu al-Bukhtari had a companion whom Muhammad did not want to let go. He pleaded for his friend's life, but Muhammad would not budge. So he exclaimed, the women of Mecca shall never say that I abandoned my comrade through love of life. Do thy work upon us both. Thus Muhammad, feeling released from all moral obligations, killed both of them. Here we see Muhammad not only murdering his prisoners of war, but he also kills someone to whom he owed a favor because he could not let go of the pleasure of taking revenge upon his enemy. In order to understand the kind of mesmerizing and demonic sway that Muhammad had over his followers, it is noteworthy to mention a couple of episodes in relation to the Battle of Badr. One is the zealotry of the 2 boys who murdered Abu Hakam. These 2 young men were from Medina. They had never seen Abu Hakam before. All they knew is that Muhammad hated him, and hence they had to hate him also. When they found Abu Hakam at Badr, both of them attacked him and pierced his body with their swords. Bukhari 4.369. Muhammadans recount these stories gloatingly. Each follower of Muhammad attempts to beat others in blind obedience to him. None of them ever try to find out the guilt or innocence of their intended victim. The fact that he disliked Islam and that Muhammad hated him was enough proof for his culpability, and those young men vied with each other to kill him. Muhammadans for 1400 years relish listening to the details of this gruesome murder and release a sigh of relief. The same mentality permeates the followers of Muhammad even today. And if, for example, Salman Rushdie, who in the eyes of the Muhammadans is the equivalent of Abu Jahl, is murdered, a great number of them will celebrate and jubilate in the streets all over the world. Another story about how Muhammad had brainwashed his followers is that of Abu Hudayfa, whose father's corpse, along with other victims of Badr, was dragged and tossed into the pit. Waqidi 106, Hisham 230, Tabari 294. Abu Hudayfa was overtaken by emotions watching his own father's dead body being thus unceremoniously dumped into a hole in the ground, piled with other corpses. Upon noticing his distress, Muhammad turned to him and inquired, "Perhaps you are distressed for your father's fate." "Not so, O Prophet of Allah. I do not doubt the justice of my father's fate, but I knew well his wise and generous heart, and I had trusted that the Lord would lead him to the faith. But now that I see him slain and my hope destroyed, it is for that I grieve." We shall never know what moved Abu Hudayfa to tears, whether he really grieved the death of his father out of filial love and humanity, or was he distressed for him dying in disbelief. In reality, this conjecture is not important. What is important is the obscene degree of zealotry and sycophancy of the companions of Muhammad. They prided themselves and tried to outperform each other in demonstrating bravado, being heartless, ruthless, and brainless. Today's Mohammedans also pride themselves for having exactly the same qualities of zealotry and mindless devotion as did their ancestors. They congratulate the families of the terrorists killed in action. The mothers of suicide bombers rejoice when the news of their decimated children reaches them. Showing emotions of grief is considered lack of faith. Another one of the hapless captives was Nadr ibn Harith, a poet who was more popular than Muhammad when he was preaching in Mecca. Muhammad was envious of him as his stories about the kings of Persia gathered more crowd, a sin that cost him his life. Waqidi, page 101, Hisham, page 251, Tabari, page 297. The prisoners were brought up before Muhammad. As he scrutinized each, his eye fell fiercely on Nadr, the son of Harith. "There was death in that glance," whispered Nadr, trembling to a bystander. "Not so," replied the other. "It is but thine own imagination." The unfortunate prisoner thought otherwise, and besought Musab to intercede for him. Musab reminded him that he had denied the faith and persecuted the believers. "Ah," said Nadr, "had the Quraysh made thee a prisoner, they would never have put thee to death." "Even if it were so," Musab scornfully replied, "I am not as thou art. Islam hath..."
As far as I know, the Torah has no concept of the throne of the Almighty. Where did Muhammad get his ideas that he inserted in his Quran?
As has been repeatedly demonstrated in many of our chapters, Muhammad plagiarized, plundered, pirated, and or perverted concepts, precepts, thoughts and ideas that he heard recited in Arabia from rabbinic post-biblical traditions as expounded in the Talmud, Midrash, and others. On numerous occasions, as we have shown, he missed the meaning or invariably had many of the names of the Hebrew leaders wrong and or allocated them in a different period of history. The Torah states that only Abraham, Aaron, and Moses were prophets, while Muhammad adds Adam, Noah, Joseph, Ishmael, Isaac, and Jacob in his Quran. Nowhere in the Torah is there a concept of the throne of God. This allegorical or apocryphal precept was created later on by the rabbis to make concepts about the Almighty more understandable. Muhammad in his Quran perverts this concept into a physical reality. Al-Haqqa 69.17. And the angels will be on its sides, and 8 will that day bear the throne of thy Lord above them. Hud 11.7. He it is who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and his throne was over the waters. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 4.414, narrated by Imran bin Hussein. Some Yemenites came to the Prophet and said, "We have come to ask you about the start of creations." He said, "First of all, there was nothing but Allah, and his throne was over the water, and he wrote everything in the book in the heaven, and created the heavens and the earth." Genesis 1.1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. As usual with Muhammad, he perverted the concept of the Spirit of God, which was beyond his comprehension, and turned it into the throne of Allah. Al-Zumar 39.75. And thou wilt see the angels surrounding the throne on all sides, singing glory and praise to their Lord. Ghafir 40.7. Those who sustain the throne of Allah and those around it sing glory and praise to their Lord, believe in Him, and implore forgiveness for those who believe. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 6.326, narrated by Abu Dahr. Once I was with the Prophet in the mosque at the time of sunset. The Prophet said, "O Abu Dahr, do you know where the sun sets?" I replied, "Allah and His Apostle know best." He said, "It goes and prostrates itself under Allah's throne." Sahih al-Bukhari 9.524, narrated by Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet said, "The people will fall unconscious on the day of resurrection. Then suddenly I will see Moses holding one of the pillars of the throne." Abu Huraira said, the Prophet said, "I will be the first person to be resurrected and will see Moses holding the throne." Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 136, narrated by Abdullah ibn Umar. Allah's Messenger said, "This Sa'ad, for whom the throne of Allah was stirred, and there were opened for him the doors of heaven, and 70,000 angels participated in his funeral prayer. His grave was compressed, and later on it was expanded for him." Why would the throne of Allah, if Allah were God, shake because of the death of a murderer? Is this statement not blasphemy? How could Muhammad entertain such an ungodly idea? Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 1967, narrated by Abdullah ibn Umar. The Prophet said, "Paradise is decorated for Ramadan from the beginning of the year till a following year. And when the first day of Ramadan comes, a wind under the throne blows some of the leaves of paradise on the maidens with the large bright eyes, and they say, 'My Lord, appoint us husbands from among thy servants with whom we shall be happy and who will be happy with us.'" Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 2133, narrated by Abdul Rahman bin Auf. The Prophet said, "Three things will be under the throne on the day of resurrection. The Quran, which will contend with men, having an exoteric and an esoteric meaning. The trust and ties of relationship, which will say, 'Allah, join those who joined me and sever those who severed me.'" Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 2173, narrated by Jubair ibn Nufair. Allah's Messenger said, "Allah finished Surah Al-Baqarah with two verses which have been given from His treasure which is under the throne. So learn them and teach them to your womenfolk, for they are a blessing, a means of approach to Allah and a supplication." Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 3465, narrated by Abdullah ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, "On the day of resurrection, the slain will bring the slayer with his forelock and his head in his hand, his own jugular vein meanwhile dripping with blood, and he will say, 'My Lord, he killed me,' till he brings him near the throne." Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 4859, narrated by Anas bin Malik. Allah's Messenger said, "When a reprobate is praised, the Lord Most High is angry, and the throne shakes on account of it." Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 5766, narrated by Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "I shall be clothed with one of the robes of paradise, and shall then stand at the right of the throne, a place where no other creature than I shall stand." Sahih Muslim Hadith 6035, narrated by Anas ibn Malik. Allah's Messenger said that his bier, that of Sa'ad, was placed before them, and the throne of the most compassionate shook. Hadith Qudsi 27. We asked Abdullah ibn Mas'ud about this verse, Al-Imran 3.169, "And do not regard those who have been killed in the cause of Allah as dead. Rather, they are alive with their Lord being provided for." He said, we asked about that, and the Prophet said, "Their souls are in the insides of green birds, having lanterns suspended from the throne, roaming freely in paradise where they please, then taking shelter in those lanterns. Ladies and gentlemen, as only a few of hundreds upon hundreds of other hadiths clearly indicate, Muhammad had no understanding of the concept of the spirit world. The throne of Allah is physical, since it is three-dimensional and exists in a particular part of Muhammad's paradise. Muhammad truly believed that the dead would reappear physically in paradise or hell. That is why his fundamentalist followers are willing to blow themselves up, committing mass murder in pursuit of the 72 virgins and unlimited sexual and sensual pleasures for eternity in Muhammad's whorehouse version of paradise.
We are constantly bombarded by the expression in the tradition of the Arabs about almost any subject imaginable. What traditions did they actually have?
The Muhammadan Arabs, followed by the millions who were forced to convert to Muhammadan Islam, have been able, through 1400 years of domination and subjugation of other peoples, to perpetuate many historical, theological, and linguistic falsehoods that they succeeded enormously in deceiving humanity with about their actual traditions and achievements. They have been and continue to beguile most human beings, whether so-called believers or unbelievers, into accepting the following unsubstantiated and totally uncorroborated falsehoods as facts. One of the most important achievements of Arab propaganda has been their totally manufactured ancestry that Muhammad and the Muslim exegetes created for the pagan Arabians and hence for themselves. That Abraham and Ishmael were the progenitors of the Arabs. That the pagan Arabs knew the story of the migration of Hagar and Ishmael to Arabia. That the foundations of the Kaaba was built by them as the first house of Allah. That the Kaaba was actually the first temple of Allah preceding that of the Temple of Solomon. That the earliest descendants of Ishmael knew about monotheism but turned pagan over the centuries. That it was Ishmael who was to be sacrificed by Abraham and not Isaac. That the concept of Islam, which is the belief in one God, belongs only to the followers of Muhammad. That Muhammad was bringing back to them the original monotheism of Abraham that they had forgotten for the earlier 2,500 years. That Muhammad was a prophet. That Muhammad is the last prophet of Allah. That Muhammad was the victim of repeated aggression and not the other way around. That Muhammad was the representation of the most perfect male human being to be emulated to the letter by his male followers. That Muhammadans conquered other peoples in self-defense. That they treated their minorities with justice and fairness. That they brought civilization and knowledge to the conquered peoples. That Muhammadan Islam loves all and encourages all types of learning. That Muhammadan Islam must become the only belief system for the whole of humanity, since it is superior to all other beliefs. Ladies and gentlemen, so-called believers and unbelievers, as we have demonstrated in over 140 chapters so far, that not a single one of these claims can be shown to be true. We have disproved each and every such mendacious claim based entirely upon the Arabic of the Quran and Hadiths, as well as on the records of Muhammadan Muslims themselves. I am able to address, in the sequence I have recited them yet again, only the most important claims due to our time restraints, while the others you can listen to in our earlier chapters. There exists no oral tradition among the pagan Arabs mentioning their knowledge of their lineage to either Abraham or Ishmael. In fact, these two names, as well as the names of Hagar, do not exist in the roster of names recorded by the earliest hadiths. Listen to chapter 68. It was Muhammad who did his best to create a connection between his birth line to that of the Israelites that started the whole train of falsifications, perversions, and distortions of history and reality on the move. The Torah has no knowledge of and does not mention the names of Allah, Arabia, Arabs, or Mecca. It was Muhammad and his followers who, out of desperation, actually concocted these stories to bring themselves in line as inheritors of the traditions identical to that of the Israelites and the Jews, thus sanctifying themselves by association. Chapter 47 gives more details. As we have demonstrated in several of our chapters, no human being can ever show any connection regarding Abraham and Ishmael having been to the valley of Mecca or erecting the foundations of a pagan temple there. If, as alleged by the followers of Muhammad, that their ancestors knew about monotheism, why then did they turn pagan for 2,500 years only to be awakened by Muhammad's alleged revelations? How is it possible that they had a complete case of national amnesia? Why, on the other hand, were the Israelites and the Jews able and willing to carry, against all odds, the light of monotheism all these 2,500 years to be stolen from them by Muhammad? Where are the records, whether oral or written, that assert that it was Ishmael and not Isaac who was going to be sacrificed by Abraham? Listen to chapter 49. If Muhammad were a prophet, what then did he prophesy, especially since the Arabic of the Quran asserts that he did not have to, and hence he did not? Our chapter 9 addresses this issue. As we have shown in our chapter 28, the word used in the Quran, khatim, was deliberately mistranslated and misrepresented to mean last, which its original meaning is to authenticate. In numerous chapters and based entirely on his biography and the hadiths, we have destroyed the myth of Muhammad's perfection, that he was without a shadow of a doubt a hate-mongerer, a warmongerer, a racist, a pathological liar, a sexual predator upon young women, a coward, a mass murderer, and in one word, an ungodly creature. It was Muhammad who attacked and insulted the religion and beliefs of his own tribe of Quraysh in the first place. It was he who consigned all of their so-called unbelieving ancestors to eternal tortures in hell. By any standard of logic and morality, he was the aggressor. This methodology of aggression was later visited upon all of the pagan Arabs, the Judaized Arabs, and last but not least, the Christian Arabs. All the above were the aboriginal and natives of Arabia and not foreigners. They had lived in relative harmony for centuries until Muhammad's rise. It was Muhammad and his followers who finally eradicated by slaughter, forced conversion, enslavement or exile most of the Judaized Arabs and all of the Christian Arabs from the Arabian Peninsula, their homeland. After his followers had finished subjugating Arabia, they turned their attention towards other countries to conquer, subjugate, slaughter, convert and enslave, from modern Iraq to India and China, from Syria to Egypt and the whole of North Africa, from Spain to Italy, from Iran to Armenia. Each and every one of these conquests was not in self-defense, as they falsely claim, but purely based upon aggression and plunder. It is a blatant and demonstrable lie that the Arabs brought any civilizing influence to any of their conquered peoples. In fact and reality, it was the other way around. There was no civilization in the Arabia of Muhammad's time to speak of. There was no central authority, no unifying king, no administration, no writing, no documentation, no unified army. In short, nothing whatsoever that can characterize the Arabs as a civilization. On the other hand, the followers of Muhammad conquered many of the most important civilizations in the world at that time. The Byzantine Christians, the Sassanid Persian Zoroastrians, the Coptic Egyptians, the Hindu Indians, and the Chinese. It was from among the converts to Muhammad and Islam, of these conquered peoples, that the most important luminaries in science, philosophy, and literature came to the forefront of the world scene. Very few of them were of pure Arab stock. Our chapter 21. As we have demonstrated in several chapters, and especially chapter 69, that the word ilm, meaning knowledge, pertained only to the science of religion and not to the general sciences that we are deliberately but falsely led to believe by the followers of Muhammad. We have also demonstrated the obscene degree of intolerance that fundamentalist Muhammadan Islam harbors against all those who do not believe as they do. 80% of humanity, all so-called unbelievers, all Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, animists, Sikhs, Jews, Baha'is, etc., etc. In summation, ladies and gentlemen, fundamentalist Muhammadan Islam was and still is the greatest threat to human civilization, human freedom, human dignity, human happiness, and human progress. These, ladies and gentlemen, are not statements of hate or anger, but are statements based entirely upon the records of Muhammad and Islam, upon what we see them do all over the world in the name of Allah, Muhammad, or Islam, and upon their own public declarations in all forms of their news media, their school curriculums, and their Friday preaching in every mosque on the planet. Nothing we assert in our chapters or our domain is either top secret or unavailable to every human being at the click of a mouse. That is why we encounter only very few diehards who attempt to disprove our factual and unassailable revelations.
Arabian Mohammedan scholars especially keep on reminding us of the glorious and unrivaled achievements of Mohammedan Muslims. How accurate are their claims compared with those of the so-called unbelievers?
As we have amply and repeatedly demonstrated, that most of the claims of the followers of Muhammad regarding their lineage, their ancestry, their beliefs, their traditions, their conquests, and their achievements in general are based entirely on myths and lies that they concocted in the first place by rewriting history as most victors do, and then actually believe them to be true. As Hitler demonstrably proved that a lie, the bigger it is and the more it is repeated, becomes a truth. He, like his mentor Muhammad before him, knew exactly what to do with lies. I shall now make a resume of some of the revelations that we made in numerous earlier chapters of ours regarding the following facts. Muhammad in his Quran asserts, as we all know anyway, that the Arabs were mostly illiterate and had no knowledge of previous revelations. Most of the Arabs of the Hijaz especially, where Muhammad grew up, were nomadic or semi-nomadic, unlearned and simple people. We also know that no civilization can be produced by nomads, and there was none where Muhammad was born. The Muhammadan Arabs were hordes who conquered many of the greatest civilizations of the time. The Sassanid Persian Zoroastrians, the Byzantine Christians, the Coptic Christian Egyptians, the Hindu Indians, etc. For the first 100 years, the Umayyad Arabs were more interested in the acquisition of plunder through the conquest of peoples, slaughter, subjugation, booty, and enslavement. They had absolutely nothing of value to contribute to the colonized peoples on 3 continents, Asia, Africa, and Europe. The architecture of their mosques and the administration of the expanding empire were achieved by the architects, artists, and bureaucrats of the subject nations, whether they converted to Muhammadan Islam or remained Christians, Zoroastrians, Hindus, or of the faith of the Jews. It was the Christians and Jews of the subject peoples of this new empire who translated to Arabic the legacies of the Greeks, Romans, Persians, and others, scientific, literary, and theological. It was upon these ancient and accumulated foundations of knowledge that the next stage of Muhammadan Islam took place under the Abbasids, who replaced the Umayyads everywhere except in Spain. Now that the empire was established and there had been already several decades of translated knowledge, Muhammadan Muslims started building upon the ancient foundations new knowledge. I would like to refresh your memories about the fact that the greatest number of these scientists and literati were from among the conquered civilized peoples and not from pure Arabs. Also remember that these achievements, even in Andalusia, Spain, occurred under Muhammadan Muslim leaders who were more secular and not fundamentalist. That absolutely nothing of value can ever be produced in the abyss of fundamentalist Muhammadan Islam, as the Taliban of Afghanistan and others prove. There is absolutely no doubt that under the Muhammadan Empire, great achievements were made in the sciences and literature, but all these were arrived at when there was tolerance among the subject peoples, whereby Muhammadans, Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians could work together in relative freedom and bring about these results. I must repeat again and again and again a self-evident fact that nonetheless escapes the attention of most people, whether so-called believers or unbelievers, that the Quran prohibits the Muhammadans from questioning any and all of its rulings, and those of Muhammad's Sunnah, as they are allegedly the words of Allah that no human agency can or should ever tamper with. Based upon these rules, very few followers of Muhammad dared do otherwise, and most of those who did were butchered, imprisoned, or exiled. Muhammadan Islam cannot allow investigation or inquiry because that would actually reveal the facts and truth about it, thus exposing its mendacities, abnormalities, irregularities, and its contradictions of the biblical originals. Muhammadan Islam can only exist under tyranny, ignorance, brainwashing, and utter stupidity. Although these are harsh words, nonetheless, they represent the facts and reality, as I shall now show. During the 500 years from 1450 to 1950, from among the hundreds of millions of Mohammedans, no one can name 3 Mohammedans who have contributed anything of value to the advancement of humanity in any way, shape, or form. In the last 1400 years of history, from among the tens of millions of Mohammedans in the Arabian Peninsula, no one can name 3 Mohammedans who have contributed anything of value to the advancement of humanity in any way, shape, or form. From 1450 unto the present day, every single scientific, literary, and artistic invention and creation, in hundreds upon hundreds of the disciplines of knowledge, were and are being produced only by so-called unbelievers, Christians, Hindus, Chinese, Jews, and others. That the modern followers of Muhammad wear clothing, ride vehicles of transportation such as aeroplanes, ships, bicycles, and motorcycles, drink clean water, have electricity, have medicine and medical instruments, read books, wear shoes, even the making of needles, are entirely the product of the 80% of humanity whom they, with undeserved arrogance, derogatively and insolently call kuffar or unbelievers. That all of their 1.4 billion Mohammedans in about 55 illiberal states do not produce even 1 per 10,000 of the scientific papers that a democracy such as Israel does of 6 million people. That of the hundreds of millions of the followers of Muhammad, representing 20% of humanity, only 3 received the Nobel Prize for scientific achievements, while the denigrated Jews, the alleged descendants of apes, representing 20% of all Nobel Prize winners, although they are only 0.2% of the world population. I had to mention these statistics to show that the only logical and intelligent conclusions regarding such extreme anomalies in human achievements must reside in the fact that the followers of Muhammad as human beings are not born stupid and or ignorant, but that it is their cult belief system that indoctrinates them into being ignorant and unlearned. I sincerely hope that some of the followers of Muhammad who listen to these revelations and statistics will have second thoughts and start investigating, learning, comparing and contrasting the scriptures and literature of the so-called unbelievers, and may then change their mind about their cult belief system.
According to the scholars of Mohammedan Islam, interest is prohibited. How is it possible to conduct trade in any manner without interest? Is it possible that Muhammad, who was a trader on behalf of his wife Khadija, would forbid common interest?
Usury is from the Latin usura, interest, was defined originally as charging a fee for the use of money. This usually meant interest on loans, although charging a fee for changing money as at a bureau de change is included in the original meaning. In modern terminology, it is the action or practice of lending money at unreasonably high rates of interest. It is very important that the listeners should be made aware of the following traditions regarding Muhammad and trade. According to the biography of Muhammad, as accepted universally by his followers, he was taken as a youth on trading trips by his uncle Abu Talib, who had become the guardian of the orphan Muhammad. Ibn Ishaq, page 81. The following is the tradition regarding Khadija and Muhammad. Khadija, who was Muhammad's first wife, was a businesswoman. She needed the services of an honest individual to manage her trade. At that time, Muhammad, who was 22 years of age, was recommended as a suitable choice for the job by several notable people of Mecca. Due to his success in various commercial-related ventures, Khadija prospered in her business. From the above, one must logically assume that Muhammad had to deal with very important trading transactions, both before and after his marriage to Khadija, that required the use of interest on money either lent or borrowed. It is a historical fact that such commercial agreements and transactions were taking place thousands of years before Muhammad. Hence, he must have understood very well that no business could be conducted without the use of the medium of interest, excepting in the cases of barter dealings. He also may have encountered cases when exorbitant interest rates were either demanded or applied. In any case, based upon Muhammad's background as a merchant, it is inconceivable that he would have prohibited the ordinary use of interest by his followers. In the Quran, interest is called riba, which is copied from the Hebrew ribit and is vehemently condemned. Unfortunately for his followers, Muhammad died before having had the details of the matter explained. Muhammadan scholars, the ulama, worked out an impressive body of literature on usury to circumvent it theologically. Al-Baqarah 2.275. Those who devour usury, يأكلون الربوة, will not stand except as stands one whom the evil one by his touch has driven to madness. That is because, they say, trade is like usury, but Allah has permitted trade and forbidden usury. Since Allah permitted trade, and trade cannot function without interest, then logic dictates that in Muhammad's mind, usury meant actually exorbitant rates of interest. Al-Baqarah 2.276. Allah will deprive usury riba of all blessing. Al-Imran 3.130. O ye who believe, devour not usury, riba, doubled and multiplied. Az'afa mudha'afata. But fear Allah that you may prosper. In fact, that in the verse above the terms doubled and multiplied is used with such vehemence could have only applied to exorbitant interest rates. Al-Nisa 4.161. That they, the Jews, took usury, al-riba, though they were forbidden, and that they devoured men's substance wrongfully. If usury in the verse above means common interest, then Muhammad's Quran falsely, ignorantly, and of course erroneously accuses the Jews of breaking their own law regarding interest. Moreover, there is no concept of usury in the Torah, since lending with interest is considered a bilateral agreement between two parties, invariably between a Jew and a non-Jew. Interest, contrary to the Quranic verse above, was not forbidden at all, especially between an Israelite and a stranger. Deuteronomy 23:20. You shall not lend upon interest to your brother, interest of money, interest of foodstuff, interest of anything that is lent upon interest. That the Lord your God may bless you in all that you set your hand to, in the land where you are entering to possess. It should be understandable that since a non-Jew would only lend a Jew with interest, then the reciprocal should also be valid. But if usury in the Quranic verse above meant exorbitant interest, then the verse makes perfect sense, since under this circumstance it is prohibited. It beggars belief that Muhammad, who was after all a trader under his wife Khadija, would prohibit common interest, especially concerning his own Quraysh trading tribe. There is absolutely no doubt that riba could only have meant exorbitant interest. It was his ignorant, unlearned, and generally illiterate followers, because they lacked his guidance, extended it in a very illogical and impractical manner to cover all financial transactions. That is why the Muhammadans need a huge and convoluted strategy to take interest without calling it so. Thus, trying to defy the logic that a rose by any other name is still a rose. Although interest is prohibited under Sharia law for the allegedly noble reason that all earning should be as the result of one's own sweat and effort, nonetheless, and based upon their own historical records, Muhammad and his followers found much simpler ways of enriching themselves by dispossessing, enslaving, conquering and plundering others of their produce and wealth. In modern times, the Mohammedans have created an elaborate methodology to circumvent this prohibition and disguise it in Islamic cloak of terms and financial arrangement, but with exactly the same results, which is to either pay or receive interest but under other guises. What the Mohammedan records prove is that when it was applied to those who were not his followers, the unbelievers, such as the Jews and Christians to start with, he demanded and extorted in many cases up to 50% of their produce without any physical or financial input from him or his followers. The Zoroastrian Persians later suffered the same fate. This, of course, was not and is not considered by the Mohammedans as an unfair or unjust deal. There is absolutely no doubt, based on all the evidence and background of Muhammad, that his followers got it all wrong because he did not live long enough to explain what he meant, and in their ignorance came to the wrong and stupid conclusions. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 2826, narrated by Abu Huraira. Allah's Messenger said, usury has 70 parts, the least important being that a man should marry his mother. The term usury, used in the above context, has no commercial connotations whatsoever. In fact, it is used as a means of expressing an obscene degree of immorality, that a son should marry his mother. Since no commercial transaction is involved, then usury in this instance can only confirm that its meaning applies only to exceptional cases pertaining to totally immoral and or unjust circumstances such as exorbitant interest rates. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 2830, narrated by Umar ibn al-Khattab. The last verse to be sent down was that on usury, but Allah's Messenger was taken without having expounded it to us. So leave aside usury and whatever is doubtful. Al-Khattab's comment, so leave aside usury and whatever is doubtful, is one among the most astute regarding the subject of usury. He is implying that since Muhammad had not detailed its meaning, Muhammadan scholars should not make a huge and uninformed issue of it. Sunan Abu Dawood Hadith 4858, narrated by Sa'id ibn Zayd. The Prophet said, the most prevalent kind of usury is going to lengths in talking unjustly against a Muslim honor. Once more is the terms usury used without any relationship to commercial interest. Once again, it is addressing the issue of excess. Hence, based upon the Muhammadan records themselves, regarding Muhammad's trading endeavors on behalf of his wife, the commercial needs of his Quraysh tribe, and the use of the word to mean excess, not related to business, shows that the ignorant followers of Muhammad got it all wrong and put themselves in a totally unnecessary straitjacket.
We are told incessantly by the followers of Muhammad and their apologists that Islam is a peaceful religion. How real and accurate are these statements?
As our listeners have been finding out throughout our series, the word Islam does not mean peace, since it is rooted in the verb aslama, meaning submission only. Most important of all are the pictures that people around the world see on a daily basis from all over the globe regarding beheadings, suicide bombings, stoning to death, rape, abductions, slaughter, mutilation of the dead, the use of civilians as human shields, hangings, throwing people alive from high buildings, plus more similarly depraved acts that actually require not many further comments from us regarding the peacefulness of the cult of Muhammadan Islam. We must add more to the above. Pictures of little Muhammadan children being indoctrinated in schools and mosques with hating all so-called unbelievers, 80% of humanity, all Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, animists, Jews, atheists, Sikhs, Baha'is, etc., etc., with some of them wearing simulated suicide bomb straps. It was Muhammad who, 1400 years ago, unilaterally declared total and eternal war against all those who do not believe as he and his followers do. It was Muhammad who, 1400 years ago, split humanity into two camps. The camp of peace, Dar es Salam, that of the Muhammadan Islam, and the camp of war, Dar al-Harb, the territories of all others. Muhammad in his Quran made his new cult and his followers superior to any and all unbelievers. Muhammad's agenda was simple and crystal clear: to proclaim himself as the new Messiah, his Quran as the new covenant, his Arabian followers as the new chosen people, and Mecca as the new Jerusalem. I shall now recite only a few self-evident examples from among hundreds of verses that fill the chapters of the Quran and Hadiths to prove my statements. Al-Baqarah 2.120. Never will the Jews or the Christians be satisfied with thee unless thou follow their form of religion. Say, the guidance of Allah, that is the only guidance. Our religion is the baptism of Allah, and who can baptize better than Allah? Since the baptism of Allah is the highest form, then all others are inferior. Al-Imran 3.19. The religion before Allah is Islam, submission to His will, and believe no one unless he follows your religion. If anyone desires a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him. The earlier two verses are elitist, discriminatory and racist, and are actually the precursors to Hitler's Deutschland über alles. Al-Ma'idah 5. This day have I perfected your religion for you, and completed my favor upon you, and have chosen for you Islam as your religion. Al-Tawbah 9.29. Fight those who believe not in Allah, nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which has been forbidden by Allah and His Apostle, nor acknowledge the religion of truth, even if they are of the people of the book, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves humiliated. Even though the people of the book preceded Muhammad and his Quran in their belief in the one and only God of Israel and Jesus, nonetheless, Muhammad demands that they are treated with utter contempt and subjugation because they do not believe that he is the Prophet of Allah. Al-Tawbah 9.33. It is he who hath sent his apostle with guidance and religion of truth, Islam, to proclaim it over all religions, even though the pagans may detest it. Again, the declared and unambiguous superiority complex of Muhammad is crystal clear. Al-Hajj 22.78. And strive in his cause, Jahidu, as you ought to. He has chosen you and has imposed no difficulties on you in religion. It is the cult of your father, Abraham. It is he who has named you Muslims both before and in this revelation. It is he who has named you Muslims both before and in this revelation has only one meaning: that the Arab people who followed the earlier revelations, the Jews and the Christians of Arabia, are also called Muslims, just like the followers of Muhammad, since they were the first to submit to the will of the one and only God of Israel and Jesus. Al-Fath 48.28. It is he who has sent his apostle with guidance and the religion of truth, Islam, to proclaim it over all religions, and enough is Allah for a witness. Al-Saf 61.9. It is he who has sent his apostle with guidance and the religion of truth, Islam, that he may proclaim it over all religions, even though the pagans may detest it. Sunan Abu Dawood 4310, narrated by Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, there is no prophet between me and him, that is Jesus. He will descend to the earth. When you see him, recognize him, a man of medium height, reddish fair, wearing two light yellow garments, looking as if drops were falling down from his head, though it will not be wet. He will fight the people for the cause of Islam. He will break the cross, kill swine, and abolish jizya. Allah will perish all religions except Islam. He will destroy the Antichrist and will live on the earth for 40 years, and then he will die. The Muslims will pray over him. Can any sane human being explain this drivel? Now we come to the masterpiece of tolerance, the Charter of Umar, which does not leave much to the human intellect. In the name of Allah, the Merciful and Compassionate. This is a letter to the servant of Allah, Umar ibn al-Khattab, commander of the faithful, from the Christians. When you came against us, we asked you for safe conduct, aman, for ourselves, our descendants, our property, and the people of our community, and we undertook the following obligations towards you. We shall not build in our cities or in their neighborhood new monasteries, churches, convents, or monks' cells, nor shall we repair by day or by night such of them as fall in ruins or are situated in the quarters of the Muslims. We shall keep our gates wide open for passers-by and travelers. We shall give board and lodging to all Muslims who pass our way for 3 days. We shall not give shelter in our churches or in our dwellings to any spy, nor bide him from the Muslims. We shall not teach the Quran to our children. We shall not manifest our religion publicly, nor convert anyone to it. We shall not prevent any of our kin from entering Islam if they wished. We shall not seek to resemble the Muslims by imitating any of their garments, the turban, footwear, or the parting of the hair. We shall not speak as they do, nor shall we adopt their kunyas. We shall not mount on saddles, nor shall we gird swords, nor bear any kind of arms, nor carry them on our persons. We shall not engrave Arabic inscriptions on our seals. We shall not sell fermented drinks. We shall not clip the fronts of our heads. We shall always dress in the same way wherever we may be, and we shall bind the zunar round our waists. We shall not display our crosses or our books in the roads or markets of the Muslims. We shall use only clappers in our churches very softly. We shall not raise our voices when following our dead. We shall not show lights on any of the roads of the Muslims or in their markets. We shall not bury our dead near the Muslims. We shall not take slaves who have been allotted to Muslims. We shall not build houses overtopping the houses of the Muslims. We accept these conditions for ourselves and for the people of our community, and in return we receive safe conduct. If we in any way violate these undertakings, for which we ourselves stand surety, we forfeit our covenant, dhimma, and we become liable to the penalties of contumacy and sedition. It is imperative that our listeners comprehend the following. 1. The Muhammadans were imposing degrading and discriminatory rules on the conquered peoples in their own homeland by the aggressors. 2. The Muhammadan Muslims were protecting the natives from whom? 3. Every condition above represents utter contempt for the religious beliefs and feelings of the subjugated peoples, for their culture, their heritage, and their dignity. 4. Although generally they were unmolested, it did not stop the leaders to have them massacred whenever they needed to distract the Muhammadans in times of stress. 5. While the Muhammadan Muslims in the majority of their countries continue to implement many of the above against all unbelievers, they, with an obscene degree of hypocrisy, demand all human rights in the democracies, and at the same time disloyally intend to bring down the institutions of the host countries to their abysmal level of intolerance, ignorance, and stupidity. I would like to leave any further conclusions or comments to our listeners regarding the mercy and compassion of Muhammadan Islam vis-à-vis the people of the book.
The Quran has verses that say, Your Allah and our Allah, or Your Lord and our Lord. What are these verses addressing, and are they accurately translated from their original Arabic?
It is a great pity, but an unfortunate necessity, that I have to repeat again and again and again, that invariably the Muhammadan translators of the Quran to any language deliberately pervert, change, or modify the actual meaning of many important words, expressions, or concepts to suit their agenda of converting as many people to the cult of Muhammadan Islam as possible by the use of deception and or misinformation. Those of our listeners who have read the Quran may have noticed the enormous number of occasions that the translators found it necessary to resort to putting explanations within parentheses at the beginning, middle, or end of many sentences. This they had to do because of the ambiguity of many verses or words in the Quran, or because of the blatant grammatical or lexical errors in its Arabic language original. I must make it clear that even the Arabic verses do not always make complete sense without these explanations. So much for the allegedly perfect Arabic of the Quran. Because of time constraints, I can recite only a few of the numerous other such examples. Al-Anbiya 21.108. Say, what has come to me by inspiration is that your Allah, ilahakum, is one Allah, ilahan wahid. Will ye therefore bow to his will in Islam? وأنتم مسلمون. The translator of this verse deliberately used the wrong word to mislead and or deceive the unwary listeners. In the verse above, the name Allah is not mentioned. The word ilah, meaning God, or ilahakum, meaning your God, is used. In this manner, the generally totally ignorant readers and or listeners of the Arabic language would then associate the name of the supreme rock, God of the Kaaba, Allah, with the God of Israel and Jesus, when in fact this is not the case. This perversion of translation is repeated in the following verses also. Al-Ankabut 29.46. And dispute ye not with the people of the book, except with means better, but say, we believe in the revelation which has come down to us, and in that which came down to you. Our Allah, Ilahuna, and your Allah, Ilahukum, is one, and it is to him we bow in Islam. وَنَحْنُ لَهُ مُسْلِمُونَ. Al-Saffat 37.4. Verily, your Allah, Ilahakum, is one. In the verses above, the name Allah is again not mentioned in the original Arabic. The words Ilah or Ilahakum are used that actually mean God. Muhammad and his followers metamorphosed the pagan rock god of the Quraysh into the God of Israel and Jesus. As we have demonstrated earlier in chapter 3, if Allah did actually mean God in the language of the Arabs, then their Shahada, which is the recitation of the witness verses that confirm and or convert people to Muhammad and Islam, would have been La ilah illa al-ilah, meaning there is no God except God, instead of La ilah illallah, meaning there is no God but Allah. Hence, obviously, calling the name of the rock god Allah. This is of course not different from the names that the pagan Romans, Greeks, Babylonians, etc. gave to their gods and goddesses, such as Jupiter, Zeus, Aphrodite, Ishtar, Inanna, and hundreds of others. These were not God, but the names of pagan gods. To confirm our statements even more, the supreme pagan rock god of Muhammad and his tribe, the Quraysh, Allah, had 3 daughters, who had the names Al-Uzza, Al-Lat, and Al-Manat. If Allah were the God of Israel and Jesus, there would have obviously not been any daughters or other gods associated with him. All the above statements are not culled from Christian or Zionist anti-Muhammadan propaganda, but are based entirely on the records as written by their own exegetes and historians. I would like now to address the enormous number of cases wherein the translators of the perfect Quran had to resort to adding explanations within parentheses to explain the otherwise crystal clear meaning of the verses of the Quran. Al-Baqarah 2.138. Our religion is the baptism of Allah, and who can baptize better than Allah? And it is He whom we worship. In Arabic it is Sibghat Allahi waman ahsanu minna Allahi sibghatan. The translator had to put in parentheses at the beginning of this verse, our religion is. Al-Baqarah 2.113. The Jews say, the Christians have not to stand upon, and the Christians say, the Jews have not to stand upon. Yet they profess to study the same book. First and foremost, the Quran is wrong as usual, since Christianity is based upon its foundations in the Hebrew Bible plus the New Testament, and the differences between the Jews and the Christians are about the interpretation of the concept of the Messiah as accepted by Christians, otherwise they both believe in the same Bible. In the verse above, the translator had to use explanations within parentheses 4 times. Al-Baqarah 2.63. And remember, we took your covenant and we raised above you the towering height of Mount Sinai, saying, hold firmly to what we have given you, and bring ever to remembrance what is therein, perchance you may fear Allah. In the original Arabic, the name of Mount Sinai is not mentioned. We raised above you the towering height of Mount Sinai is translated from the original Arabic. وَرَفَعْنَا فَوْقَكُمْ الْطُورَ. The word Sinai is not mentioned, but Al-Tur is. What was in Muhammad's mind when he used the word Al-Tur? The Muhammadan philologers recognize that Tur is a foreign loanword, not Arabic in origin, by such luminaries as Al-Suyuti, Al-Jawaliqi, and Ibn Qutaybah. In Hebrew, it is Tur. In Aramaic, Turah. And in the Hebrew Targums, Mount Sinai is called Tur Sinai. Muhammad, as was his forte, plagiarized and associated the word Tur with Mount Sinai based upon the traditions of the Judaized Arabs of the Arabian Peninsula. Al-Baqarah 2.93. And remember, we took your covenant and we raised above you the towering height of Mount Sinai. وَرَفَعْنَا فَوْقَكُمْ الْطُورَ. Al-Nisa 4.154. And for their covenant we raised over them the towering height of Mount Sinai. وَرَفَعْنَا فَوْقَهُمْ الْطُورَ. Maryam 19.52. And we called him from the right side of Mount Sinai, جانب الطور اليمني. Taha 20.80. O ye children of Israel, we delivered you from your enemy and we made a covenant with you on the side of Mount Sinai, جانب الطور اليمني, and we sent down to you manna and quails. In all of the above verses, the name Sinai is not mentioned, but only Al-Tur. Translator deliberately replaced it with the name Mount Sinai without putting them in parentheses, thus identifying them as his own explanations. Al-Mu'minun 23.20. Also a tree springing out of Mount Sinai, Tur Sinai, which produces oil and relish for those who use it for food. Al-Tin 95.2. And the mount of Sinai, Watur Sinina. Ladies and gentlemen, be aware that Muhammad loved to play with words and his Quran is full of them. Words that he plundered, plagiarized, pirated and or perverted from the Syriac, Aramaic, Ethiopic, Hebrew, Greek and Persian languages, as well as words that he himself invented to rhyme with his verses. His followers, emulating his Sunnah, have been continuing this process for the last 1400 years unto this day.
We have recently been inundated with TV interviews of female converts to Mohammedan Islam who now feel liberated and more respected by their male believers than they were under Christianity. How factual and accurate are their perceptions?
Tilth is the cultivation of land, tillage, physical condition of soil, especially in relation to its suitability for planting or growing a crop. Most of the verses of the Quran were revealed to Muhammad as a result of incidents, utterances, actions and or deeds by, from and unto Muhammad or some of his companions. They are almost invariably in hindsight and after an event. This verse of the Quran also was the result of such an incident as shown below. Sahih al-Bukhari 6.51 narrated by Jabir. Jews used to say, if one has sexual intercourse with his wife from the back, then she will deliver a squint-eyed child. So this verse was revealed. Your wives are a tilth unto you, so go to your tilth when or how you will. 2.223. Sunan of Abu Dawud Hadith 2159 narrated by Abdullah ibn Abbas. Ibn Umar misunderstood the Quranic verse, so come to your tilth however you will. May Allah forgive him. The fact is that this clan of the Ansar, who were idolaters, lived in the company of the Jews who were the people of the book. They, the Ansar, accepted their superiority over themselves in respect of knowledge, and they followed most of their actions. The people of the book, i.e. the Jews, used to have intercourse with their women on one side alone, i.e. lying on their backs. This was the most concealing position for the vagina of the women. This clan of the Ansar adopted this practice from them. But this tribe of the Quraysh used to uncover their women completely and seek pleasure with them from in front and behind and laying them on their backs. When the Muhajirun, the immigrants, came to Medina, a man married a woman of the Ansar. He began to do the same kind of action with her, but she disliked it and said to him, we were approached on one side, i.e. lying on the back. This matter of theirs spread widely, and it reached the Apostle of Allah. So Allah the Exalted sent down the Quranic verse, your wives are a tilth to you, so come to your tilth however you will, i.e. from in front, from behind, or lying on the back. But this verse meant the place of the delivery of the child, i.e. the vagina. Al-Baqarah 2.223. Your wives are a tilth unto you, so approach your tilth when or how you will. Until today, the ulama have not agreed on whether or not this verse gave the right to the husband to have anal intercourse with his wife, or woman, or not. The traditions, as usual, contradict each other by the opposing views giving isnads proving their points all the way to Muhammad. Ladies and gentlemen, humans can enjoy sex by numerous positions, not only two. If having sex from behind is more revealing and hence presumably more enjoyable, then the Ansari women had no reason to complain. The fact that the Ansari women objected to the intercourse must have been because it was not a vaginal act but an anal one. Al-Bukhari narrated after Ibn Umar that Al-Baqarah 2.223 was revealed on the issue of having anal intercourse with women. Al-Tabarani narrated in Al-Aswat with a reliable chain of traditions that your women are a tillage for you was only revealed to license anal intercourse. Ibn Abbas narrates that Umar ibn al-Khattab went before the Messenger of Allah and said, Master, I am destroyed. The Messenger of Allah asked, What thing has destroyed you? Umar replied, Last night I had anal sex. The Messenger of Allah did not give a reply to Umar. Then Allah sent down this revelation. Your wives are a tilth unto you, so approach your tilth when or how you will. The words Qabul wa Dabar mean the anus is accepted. These can be found in Asbab al-Nuzul by As-Suyuti on Surah Al-Baqarah 2.223. It beggars belief that Umar was expecting damnation just because he had sex with his wife, penetrating her vagina from behind. What is certain is that with this verse Allah supported the men. They had the right to use the positions that they wanted. Women had no right to protest. They had only to submit to their husbands' whims. In any case, this verse excluded women from the debate, and by so doing, transformed the question, which was thus reduced to the following. Do men have the right to have sex with their wives in any manner, time and place? Without a shadow of a doubt, all the hadith simply disregard and degrade the rights of women by giving men the right to completely ignore the wishes of their women regarding sexual positions, times, or places. Neither in the Quranic verse above, nor in any of the ahadith is the woman's point of view addressed or considered, since according to both, they are inferior to the man and should be treated as a possession just like a domesticated animal. The following hadith is added further confirmation of Muhammad's and his Qur'an's attitude to women. Sahih Muslim Hadith 1032 narrated by Abu Dahr. The Messenger of Allah said, When any one of you stands for prayer, his prayer would be cut off by the passing of an ass, a woman, or a black dog. I said, O Abu Dahr, what feature is there in a black dog which distinguishes it from the red dog and the yellow dog? He said, O son of my brother, I asked the Messenger of Allah as you are asking me, and he said, the black dog is a devil. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 1.301 narrated by Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Once Allah's apostle passed by the women and said, O women, give alms, as I have seen that the majority of the dwellers of hellfire were you, women. They asked, Why is this so, O Allah's apostle? He replied, You curse frequently and are ungrateful to your husbands. I have not seen anyone more deficient in intelligence and religion than you. A cautious, sensible man could be led astray by some of you. The women asked, O Allah's apostle, what is deficient in our intelligence and religion? He said, Is not the evidence of two women equal to the witness of one man? They replied in the affirmative. He said, This is the deficiency in her intelligence. Isn't it true that a woman can neither pray nor fast during her menses? The women replied in the affirmative. He said, This is the deficiency in her religion. If the women were more astute and less afraid of Muhammad, they would have replied to Muhammad, The reasons that the witness of two women is equal to one man and that we are not allowed to pray or fast during our menses are because you told us that Allah ordained this. These were not so before Islam. Sahih al-Bukhari 1.493 narrated by Aisha. The Prophet said, The things which annul prayer were mentioned before me, and those were a dog, a donkey, and a woman. I said, You have compared us women to donkeys and dogs. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 7.30 narrated by Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, Bad omen is in the women, the house, and the horse. Sahih al-Bukhari 7.33 narrated by Usama bin Zayd. The Prophet said, After me, I have not left any affliction more harmful to men than women. Al-Nisa 4.34. Men are the protectors and maintainers of women. The righteous women are devout. As to those women on whose part you fear disloyalty and ill conduct, admonish them, refuse to share their beds, beat them. Ladies and gentlemen, the most illuminating point in this sordid state of affairs is the complete one-sidedness of all the discussions and arguments and the utter lack of logic, morality or justice, since all of them are conducted by the Mohammedan males, thus excluding completely and totally ignoring or taking into account the rights of the Mohammedan women, the ones who are being victimized. Muhammad and his Quran show neither respect nor recognition of Mohammedan women as dignified, intelligent, and equal human beings to the Mohammedan men. Those European women who are converting to Mohammedan Islam could not have possibly been made aware of the degrading and humiliating verses in the Quran and Hadiths regarding the treatment of females by Muhammad's cult belief system.
The name of the well in the Kaaba, Zamzam, is not mentioned in the Quran. The Hadiths give us different and contradictory versions of it. Will you enlighten us, please?
It is of the utmost importance that I repeat as many times as necessary the following facts, that either escape the attention of those who study the Quran and Hadiths, or are deliberately misinformed or ignored for obvious reasons by the followers of Muhammad. That all the information that we have regarding the traditions of the Arabs of the Jahiliyyah, or period of ignorance before Muhammad, were concocted by Muhammad and by his followers. Each and every one of them cannot be verified by any historically written documents or archaeological finds. Each and every one of them were refined over a period of almost 300 years after the death of Muhammad. Not a single one of them has any basis in the Bible. No followers of Muhammad can ever substantiate or prove any of them based on any recorded evidence prior to the advent of Muhammadan Islam. All these traditions were allegedly transmitted orally, and yet not one of them can be found in the poems or oral traditions of pre-Islamic Arabia. The same followers of Muhammad who attacked the veracity of Muhammad ibn Ishaq's hadith about the biography of Muhammad in his monumental Sirat Rasulullah for the alleged lack of isnad, meaning proofs, cannot show a single isnad regarding all the alleged traditions of the Arabs. What we have at hand are myths, lies, falsified history and genealogy to give Muhammad and his followers a worthy ancestry similar to that of the people of the book. Ladies and gentlemen, a myth becomes dogma by passing through 4 stages. Muhammad creates a myth or a story. Muhammad passes it on to some ignorant, unlearned, illiterate, and superstitious followers as divinely revealed fact. The myth, story, is accepted and repeated with modifications to others. The myth becomes fact, and after centuries is turned into a dogma. To reveal the mendacity of the myth or story, we have to address the issue as follows. We assume that the myth or story is factual. We research the background to find the primary sources and references that mention it. We may or may not find primary or even secondary sources. We investigate other sources that mention the same characters and storyline. We may find serious contradictions between the sources. We then have to evaluate the authenticity and originality of the sources and compare them to the myth story. We make conclusions based entirely upon the evidence. The story of Zamzam is one such concocted myth that even their alleged traditions contradict each other. According to post-Islamic Muhammadan Arab traditions, this was the well that supplied water to Hagar and Ishmael. Arabs believe that the Zamzam well was revealed to Hagar, the wife of Ibrahim, and mother of Ismail, around the year 2000 BC. According to legend, she was desperately seeking water for her infant son, but could find none, as Mecca is located in a hot, dry valley with very few other sources of water. Muhammadan traditions say that Hagar ran 7 times back and forth in the scorching heat between the 2 hills of Safa and Marwa, looking for water. Allah then sent the angel Jibril. Fiqh Sunnah 5.82, the origin of Zamzam well. Explaining the origin of Zamzam, Ibn Abbas said, when Hagar reached the mountain of Marwa in search of water for her baby son Ismail and herself to quench their thirst, she heard the sound and said to herself, "Quiet." She again heard the sound, whereupon she said, "I have heard you. Help me if you can." All of a sudden, she found an angel at the place where now Zamzam is. He either dug it with his heel or touched the ground with his wing, and a spring of water appeared. Hagar encircled the water with soil. She took some water in a container she had, and water kept bubbling up unchecked. Sahih al-Bukhari 3.556 narrated by Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, "May Allah be merciful to the mother of Ismail. If she had left the water of Zamzam as it was, it would have been a flowing stream." The Jurhum, an Arab tribe, came and asked her, "May we settle at your dwelling?" She said, "Yes, but you have no right to possess the water." They agreed. This alleged tradition shows that the Jurhum were an Arab tribe before the arrival of the Hebrew Ishmael to the valley of Mecca. Hence, the descendants of Ishmael, from whom came Muhammad, were not original Arabs, but Arabicized, Musta'riba Arabs. It should be noted that one of the most important women in the Muhammadan tradition, the mother of Ishmael, Hagar, is never mentioned by name, neither in the Quran nor in many of the hadiths, such as the above, as she is referred to only as the mother of Ishmael. In the Qarawiyun manuscript, folio 43 AB, there is a completely different version by Ibn Kathir's Sirah. Then Gabriel came to the Prophet when prayer had been ordained, and he hollowed the place in the wadi, which is the valley, with his heel, so that a spring of running water gushed forth. Gabriel performed his ablution while Muhammad washed him. He washed his face, rinsed his mouth, sniffed water up his nostrils, and wiped his head and his ears and his legs as far as the ankles, and sprinkled his pudenda. Then he arose and prayed 2 bowings and prostrated himself 4 times upon his face. Upon the Prophet returns, Allah having refreshed him, and his mind was at rest, for what he yearned for had come to him from Allah. He took Khadija by the hand and brought her to the spring and performed his ablution as Gabriel had done. Then he made 2 bowings and 4 prostrations, both he and Khadija. Thereafter, the pair of them used to pray secretly. If this is the true case, then it completely negates the possibility that Zamzam was as old as the days of Ishmael, and the stories are rendered totally incompatible and suspect, especially since Zamzam was allegedly a venerated well in Mecca long before Muhammad. Now let us compare the above with the original and only version in the Bible. Genesis 21:14. And Abraham rose up early in the morning and took bread and a bottle of water and gave it to Hagar, putting it on her shoulder and the child, and sent them away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went and sat down opposite him a good way off, as it were a bowshot. For she said, "Let me not see the death of the child." And she sat opposite him, and lifted up her voice and wept. And God heard the voice of the lad, and the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, "What ails you, Hagar? Fear not, for God has heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in your hand, for I will make him a great nation." And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad to drink. And God was with the lad, and he grew and lived in the wilderness and became an archer. And he lived in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took for him a wife from the land of Egypt. In the original biblical story above, there is no mention of Arabia, Allah, Zamzam, or Mecca, since both Hagar and Ishmael remained in the vicinity of Beersheba and Egypt. The well that was revealed by Gabriel was near Beersheba and not Mecca, and had no name, especially not Zamzam. Most important of all, Hagar took him to Egypt and not Arabia. Setting aside the fact that the story as depicted in the Quran and Ahadith contradicts everything that the Bible narrates about Abraham, Ishmael, and Hagar, it is important to point out that in the parched environment of the Arabian Peninsula, all sources of water, especially wells, were venerated. Zamzam was allegedly a holy place among the Arabs of the Jahiliyyah, long before Muhammad and his Quran. Anyway, It was because of Zamzam being a source of water that an enclosure surrounding it was built to protect it, and then the Kaaba became a holy place venerated by the pagan Arabs. The allegations made by Arab historians and theologians that Zamzam was holy to the pagan Arabs because they had already known about Hagar and Ishmael are totally false and unsubstantiated. There is not to be found a shred of written or oral tradition anywhere in Arabian history or literature to support such a preposterous statement. Moreover, from both the logical and practical points of view, the well of Zamzam, which is in the vicinity of Mecca, is almost 1,000 miles away from Beersheba, and neither Hagar and Ishmael nor even a camel could have survived this distance on one bottle of water. In fact, as a matter of logic and historicity, one should ask, if they were so important and holy, why then does the Quran never mention the names of either Zamzam or Hagar implicitly or explicitly? It was an extremely practical and clever policy by the Muhammadan theologians to associate many Arab pagan traditions with the biblical stories of Abraham, Ishmael and others, and in this manner perpetuating the myth that the Jahiliyyah traditions were cognizant of previous revelations contrary to what the Quran itself asserts as otherwise, through the process of Islamizing them. The alleged tradition of the pagan Arabs contradicts in every step the details as given in the original version of the story in the Bible. Ishmael was over 14 years old when Abraham sent him and his mother away from Beersheba. He definitely was not a baby. In conclusion, it is not difficult to separate fact from fiction, since any reader has the original story in the Bible, which was revealed to Moses 2,200 years before Muhammad, and the myths and legends created by himself and his followers to pervert, contort, and twist history, facts, religion, and veracity.
We are repeatedly reminded by the news media aping the followers of Mohammedan propaganda that is their fastest growing religion. What are the facts?
Muhammadan Islam may or may not be the fastest growing cult belief system in the world. And even if it were, we have shown and proven in several of our chapters that their quantity has never been a measure of quality. We have demonstrated based on all the available historical and current records that under fundamentalist Muhammadan Islam, nothing worth living for can sprout because it is the ultimate joyless, hate-mongering, discriminatory, racist, and tyrannical system of governance that has ever been imposed upon humanity in the last 7,000 years of recorded history. All we need to prove our statements are the examples of the Taliban of Afghanistan or those of Somalia and the Sudan to start with. Now let us examine some of the underlying issues regarding this unsubstantiated claim. Muhammadan Islam allows its male followers to marry up to 4 wives and have as many concubines as they can afford, while in most of the world, husbands can have only 1 wife. Each wife may give birth to 5 or 10 children, whilst the birth rate in many democracies is about 2.2 per family. Muhammadans are allowed in the democracies to proselytize and convert indigenous people to their cult belief system, while Muhammadan Muslim states, numbering about 55, prohibit any other religion from proselytizing in their countries. The followers of Muhammad are prohibited upon pain of death from converting to any other belief system. New converts to Muhammadan Islam are never warned beforehand that from the moment they join the cult, there is no escape clause, but through death, because based upon the Sunnah traditions of Muhammad, he ordained that those who leave his cult must be slaughtered, and they are. While the followers of Muhammad are allowed in the West to build many of the most stupendous and sumptuous mosques in the world, the followers of Muhammad in almost all 55 states of theirs would not allow any churches or temples to be built in their countries. While the followers of Muhammad are free to practice their cult belief system unmolested in the West, they deny any and all vestiges to be practiced by Christians, Hindus, Jews, or Buddhists in their countries. The followers of Muhammad in Africa especially use terror and enslavement of the animist and Christian Africans to force them into their cult. The news media regularly report the abductions of both girls and boys of Hindu, Buddhist, or other minorities in Mohammedan countries such as Pakistan, Bangladesh, Somalia, Sudan, to name just a few, and force them by rape and enslavement into becoming so-called Muslims. In spite of the possibility of being murdered by one's own kith and kin, and at the extremely heavy price of being ostracized, thousands upon thousands of the followers of Muhammad in the democracies do convert out of the cult of Muhammad. But this is neither mentioned in the media nor by the followers of Muhammad. Finally, and most important of all, there are no actual and properly conducted censuses taken in any of the 5 Mohammedan states around the world. All we have are unsubstantiated numbers plucked from the air. Based upon the facts above, it is not rocket science to conclude that their cult belief system may be spreading faster than others, but not due to any merit. It was Muhammad who 1400 years ago started the process of forcing his fellow Arabs into his self-created cult belief system through terror and bribery. The Muhammadan records show that the day after he was dead, tens of thousands of those who were terrorized into becoming his followers apostatized. It took Abu Bakr, his first successor to absolute theocratic power, 2 years of continuous slaughtering to bring the whole of the Arabian Peninsula to become subject once again to the terror and tyranny of Muhammadan Islam. As we see in all forms of the news media from all over the globe, not an iota has changed in the last 1400 years of history in the methodology of forcing, bribing, and or deceiving people into joining their cult belief system. It is crystal clear that very few people, when armed with the full understanding of the cult, would voluntarily convert to Muhammadan Islam. Al-Tawbah 9.33. It is he who hath sent his apostle with guidance and the religion of truth to proclaim it over all religions. Al-Imran 3.85. Anyone desiring a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him. Bukhari, volume 9.57, narrated Ikrimah. Some atheists were brought to Ali and he burned them. The news of this event reached Ibn Abbas, who said, "If I had been in his place, I would not have burned them, as Allah's messenger forbade it, saying, 'Do not punish anybody with Allah's punishment, fire.' I would have killed them, according to the statement of Allah's messenger, 'Whoever changed his Islamic religion, then kill him.'" Muslim Hadith, book 16.4152. Abdullah bin Mas'ud reported Allah's messenger as saying, "It is not permissible to take the life of a Muslim who bears testimony to the fact that there is no God but Allah, and I am the messenger of Allah, but in one of 3 cases: the married adulterer, a life for a life, and the deserter of his deen, Islam, abandoning the community." Al-Muwatta of Imam Malik 1410. Zayd bin Aslam reported that the apostle declared that the man who leaves the fold of Islam should be executed. In conclusion, all their gloating is farcical and meaningless, since they cannot convert people based entirely on truth and dialogue, because the very foundation of the allegedly peaceful cult of Muhammadan Islam is set in mendacity and evil. Most people in the Muhammadan Muslim world, as well as in the West, who support the cause of the Palestinians, do not actually know the facts behind the conflict. In their perception, the Palestinians are the underdog, the David against the Israel Goliath. According to your research, is their understanding correct?
3 of the greatest tragedies of humanity are ignorance of facts, the refusal to learn from the best teacher of all time, history, and invariably the escape of the simplest truths from their attention. Ignorance allows the individual human being to be controlled, deceived, and manipulated by mostly selfish, arrogant, and unprincipled leaders. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it, and humanity assiduously repeats it in almost every generation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an unfortunate reality that the simplest truths and facts invariably escape the attention or the intellect of most human beings, as I shall presently demonstrate. Most of the peoples that we know of, such as the Sumerians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Greeks, Persians, Romans, Egyptians, Aztecs, Mayas, Chinese, Mongols, Europeans, etc., etc., have left their mark on history with their writings and their monuments. The Palestinian people obviously should also have left their mark. If our academics, historians, politicians and others are so sure that Palestine and its people go back throughout most of recorded history, one would expect them to be able to answer a few basic questions about that country of Palestine and its people. When was Palestine founded, and by whom? What language did the Palestinians speak? What writing did they use? What manuscripts have they left? What was their religion? Where are their temples? What monuments attest to their existence? What were its borders? What was the name of its capital? What were its major cities? What constituted the basis of its economy? What is the name of the currency that they used? What was its form of government? What achievements have they accomplished? What other peoples did Palestine interact with? Where can one find any records wherein the name of the country of Palestine and its people are mentioned? What archaeological sites can one name? Where can one find the recorded history of these people? Whom did they conquer, or were conquered by? Was Palestine ever recognized by a country whose existence, at that time or now, leaves no room for interpretation? What was the prevalent religion of the country of Palestine? Can anyone name at least 5 Palestinian leaders before Arafat? And finally, since there is no such recognized country today, what caused its demise, and when did it occur? Those who are lamenting the low sinking of a once proud nation, please tell us, when exactly was this proud nation brought down? Also, what was it so proud of? If the people arbitrarily and mistakenly calling themselves Palestinians are anything but generic Arabs collected from all over the Arab world, if they really have a genuine ethnic identity that gives them the right for self-determination, why did they not declare their independence between the years 1948 till 1967? After all, during this long period of 19 years, there were no Israelis in the West Bank or Gaza. There were no settlements, and there was no so-called Jewish occupation. Why did these Palestinians not declare their independence after 1948, but allowed themselves to be occupied by the Jordanians in the West Bank and by the Egyptians in Gaza? Why did the media and academia in the West not mention that occupation and oppression not even once during the whole of its 19 years? Why did not the UN have a single resolution about this occupation? Why did this allegedly proud and ancient people wait until after the Arabs suffered their degrading and devastating defeat in the 6 Days' War at the hands of Israel? Did they, all of a sudden and miraculously, find their alleged peoplehood and nationhood? I hope that everyone should avoid the temptation to trace the modern-day Palestines to the biblical Philistines, because substituting etymology for history won't work. The truth should be obvious to everyone who wants to know it. Arab countries have never abandoned the dream of destroying Israel. They still cherish it today. Having time and again failed to achieve their evil goal with military means, they decided to fight Israel by proxy. For that purpose, they transformed the Arabs of Judea, Samaria and Gaza into an ad hoc group and cynically called it the Palestinian people. How else can one explain the refusal by Jordan and Egypt to unconditionally accept back the West Bank and Gaza, respectively? The so-called Palestinians have only one publicly and repeatedly declared motivation, the destruction of Israel, and that, as far as I am concerned, is not a good enough reason to consider them a nation. It is one of the most remarkable of ironies that it was Muammar al-Gaddafi, the Libyan leader who addressed the recently held Arab Heads of State Summit, that brought to their attention the very questions that we asked, and then added insult to injury, the following: the only way to achieve peace in the Middle East is for the Arab countries to acknowledge and accept Israel, and to pay Israel reparations for the more than 50 years of devastation they have visited on it. In conclusion, can anyone show the world any proof to indicate if there ever was an entity called Palestine, and its people the Palestinians? And if not, why not?
According to the Mohammedan records, did Muhammad actually predict anything? If so, what? And has it come true?
Al-A'raf 7.157. Those who follow the apostle, the unlettered prophet, whom they find mentioned in their own scriptures, in the law and the gospel. For he commands them what is just and forbids them what is evil. It is upon this singular verse in the Quran that the followers of Muhammad, after his death, created a voluminous literature attempting to connect Muhammad to the scriptures of the Jews and the Christians. They evolved the most astounding set of mendacities, perversion of language, as well as contortion of history and theology in a pitiful and pitiable manner to glorify their false mentor, as we shall currently show. In the Hebrew Bible, in Moses' last sermon, he addressed the people of Israel with the following verses, among others. Deuteronomy 18.15. The Lord thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee, of thy brethren, like unto me, unto him you shall hearken. I will raise them a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. In Deuteronomy 18:19-22, we find an even stronger warning. If anyone does not listen to my words, that the prophet speaks in my name, I myself will call him to account. But a prophet who presumes to speak in my name anything I have not commanded him to say, or a prophet who speaks in the name of other gods, must be put to death. You may say to yourselves, how can we know when a message has not been spoken by the Lord? If what a prophet proclaims in the name of the Lord does not take place or come true, that is a message the Lord has not spoken. That prophet has spoken presumptuously. Do not be afraid of him. Ladies and gentlemen, the words of the Bible are almost never ambiguous. They flow like a slow-moving, gigantic river, with a beginning, a middle, and an ending. Unlike the miasma of the Quran, which has no beginning, no middle, and no ending that can be seen in any chapter, let alone as a book. The God of Israel and Jesus makes it crystal clear that the prophets following Moses will be from the seed of Isaac and Jacob Israel, and no one else, not even Ishmael. And they all were. Furthermore, and most important, is the title of the God of Israel. It is Yahweh, and not Allah. It is a title since it means I am, which is not a name. It has the meaning that the Almighty is unknowable, infinite, unfathomable, eternal, omniscient, and omnipotent. According to Muhammad's Quran, Allah, on the other hand, is shown to be finite, unmerciful, unsure, wavering, vacillating, thereby repeatedly abrogating earlier statements and instructions. Deceitful, and of course most relevant of all, is not called Yahweh. We need to ask how it is that these men have come to have the office of prophet. What gave them the authority for calling themselves prophet? When we go to the scriptures, we find that God delineated as qualifications for the office of prophet 4 categories. A. A prophet must be born in the prophetic line of Isaac. B. He must speak in the name of Yahweh. C. His message must conform to the message which has gone before. D. There must be verifiable accomplishments to the prophet's predictions. Let us together go through each of these 4 categories one at a time. A. Muhammad, according to his Quran, was from the seed of Ishmael and not of the seed of Isaac. Hence, he fails the first condition. B. A prophet must speak in the name of God, Yahweh or Jehovah. unique name which he gave his creation to use. What exactly is that name? It is the Hebrew name for God revealed to Moses on Mount Sinai in chapter 3, Exodus, consisting of the four consonants YHWH, known as the Tetragrammaton. In Exodus 3.1 to 16, where God talks to Moses at the burning bush, we find God referring to himself as I am, which in Hebrew is pronounced Yahweh. And the Almighty continues by saying that this is my name forever, signifying that it is his eternal name, the name which only God can take for himself. Muhammad fails once more the second condition. C. The Prophet's message must conform to those that were revealed earlier. Here again, Muhammad and his Quran failed miserably, since Muhammad was not circumcised, nor did he make it mandatory to his followers. Thus, he broke the very covenant that God made with Abraham and all the males of his seed for eternity. Moreover, Muhammad's Quran does not follow the biblical food prohibitions, nor do the verses of the Quran represent a true reflection of those of the Bible, but on the contrary, they are perverted and twisted versions of them. Yet again does Muhammad fail, this time the third condition. D. There must be verifiable accomplishments to the Prophet's predictions. Let us together again explore the very Arabic sources in the Ahadith regarding this subject. Aisha, his beloved child bride and the mother of the believers, asserts the following. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 6.378, narrated by Masruq. Aisha said, and whoever tells you that the Prophet knows what is going to happen tomorrow is a liar. If Muhammad could not even tell what would happen on the morrow, then he could not possibly have predicted anything. Sahih al-Bukhari 4.401, narrated by Auf ibn Mali. The Prophet said, count 6 signs that indicate the approach of the hour. My death, the conquest of Bayt al-Maqdis, the Temple of Solomon, a plague that will afflict you and kill you in great numbers, as the plague that afflicts sheep, the increase of wealth to such an extent that even if one is given 100 dinars, he will not be satisfied. Then an affliction which no Arab house will escape, and then a truce between you and Bani al-Asfar, that is the Byzantines, who will betray you and attack you under 80 flags. Under each flag will be 12,000 soldiers. As we all know, not one of these predictions came true. Invariably, some followers of Muhammad will bring up the following verse regarding the Roman conquest of Persia as indicative of prophecy. Al-Rum 30.1. The Romans have been defeated in a land close by, but they, after their defeat, will be victorious within a few years. The Byzantines actually did become victorious over the Persians, who had at first defeated them. Yet, there are fundamental problems with this alleged prophecy. According to Yusuf Ali, the Arabic in a few years signifies a period of 3 to 9 years. Yet, according to the historical records, the victory did not come until nearly 14 years later in AD 630, not the few years alluded to in the Quran. Moreover, the Hadith collection of Al-Bukhari provides further corroboration that Abu Sufyan's visit with Heraclius occurred after the signing of Hudaybiyah in 632 AD, and hence after the Byzantine victory. Sahih al-Bukhari 4.399, narrated by Abdullah bin Abbas, that Abu Sufyan bin Harb informed him that Heraclius called him and the members of a caravan from the Quraysh who had gone to Sham as traders during the truce which Allah's Apostle had concluded with Abu Sufyan and the Quraysh infidels. This verse was revealed, as usual with Muhammad, after the event, and hence there was no prediction. Furthermore, Muhammad claimed that the Antichrist, called the Dajjal, was to appear shortly after the Muhammadan conquest of Constantinople. The following traditions are taken from Sunan Abu Dawood 37.4282, narrated by Mu'ad ibn Jabal. The Prophet said, the greatest war, the conquest of Constantinople, and the coming forth of the Dajjal, the Antichrist, will take place within a period of 7 months. Sunan Abu Dawood 37.4283, narrated by Abdullah bin Busr. The Prophet said, the time between the greatest war and the conquest of the city of Constantinople will be 6 years, and the Dajjal, the Antichrist, will come forth in the 7th. Actually, Mohammedans conquered Constantinople in May 1453. Based upon the preceding traditions, the Antichrist was to appear in December 1453 at the earliest. Hence prophecy regarding the Antichrist advent to take place 7 months after the conquest of Constantinople did not materialize. But probably the most popular miracle which has been passed down by the Hadith and fomented by the Mohammedans even today is the splitting of the moon by Muhammad. It is recorded in Sahih Muslim 4.1467 by Abdullah bin Mas'ud. We were along with Allah's Messenger at Mina. That moon was split up in two. One of its parts was behind the mountain and the other one was on the side of the mountain. Allah's Messenger said to us, bear witness to this. The splitting up of the moon is not simply a fable from the Ahadith, but is alluded to in the Quran as well. In Surah Al-Qamar 54, titled The Moon, begins by saying, the hour of judgment is nigh, and the moon is cleft asunder. From the context, it is obvious that this was meant to be a sign. But people reject it as such, and in their desire to create some supernatural proof for their faith, interpret it word for word. Even today, you will hear Mohammedans claim that the American astronauts, upon landing on the moon, took pictures of a large crack or fissure on the moon's surface, which is what remains from Muhammad's split. For those believers and unbelievers who want more such intellectual gems, please go to the internet and be regaled. As far as we are concerned, enough is enough.
Most people who watch the news would have heard the term madrasas mentioned in connection with Mohammedan Islam. What are they?
One of the greatest ironies and tragedies regarding the cult of Muhammad is the indisputable fact that 99.99% of its followers have absolutely no idea about the true origins of the Quran, its foreign words, its concepts, its ideas, and its rules and regulations. Most of them, especially among the 1,000 millions who are not Arabic speakers, are content to know that they are Muslims, that Muhammad was a prophet, that the Kaaba is holy, and they follow the prayers and traditions as zombified clones of Muhammad. You can ask any Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Malay, Indonesian, Afghani, Iraqi, Saudi, or any other Muhammadan where the word madrasa, meaning a religious school, came from. Not one of them would know the answer, because they have been indoctrinated into believing that the word is Arabic in origin. They will be, to put it mildly, shocked and outraged when you would point out to them that its roots are from Hebrew and not Arabic. They will not believe you and would most certainly accuse you of being a filthy pig Zionist agent. Their dilemma is understandable, since the followers of Muhammad are actually the victims of a self-destructive catch-22 situation. They will try to use every conceivable contorted logic to get themselves out of their dilemma, but can never succeed because the facts and reality are all against them. They cannot, for example, explain away the innumerable and unsurmountable discrepancies found in the Quran between its version of the biblical events when compared to their originals in the Bible. They cannot explain how it is that the Quran contains at least 118 words, many of which are among the most important, that are actually of foreign origin and not Arabic. They try their best to cover up the fact that there are an enormous number of grammatical and lexical errors in the language of the Quran that completely discredit their claim to its alleged divine origin. That Muhammad's God, Allah, is shown in the Quran to have a fickle and unsure characteristic, requiring him to repeatedly change his mind and or his earlier ordinances through the enormous number of abrogating and abrogated verses that fill 71 out of 114 chapters of the Quran, as we have demonstrated earlier. The Arabic madrasa is a loan word derived from the Hebrew Beit HaMidrash, meaning a house of learning, that is, a school. In the Arabia of the time of Muhammad, the most learned people were the Christian and Judaized Arabs, but not the pagan Arabs, as Muhammad himself confirms in his Quran. Al-A'raf 7.157. Those who follow the apostle, the unlettered prophet. Al-Jum'ah 62.2. It is he who has sent amongst them the unlettered, an apostle from among themselves. It is the ahadith, after all, that demonstrate that this word, madrasa, is associated with the Hebrew language of the Judaized Arabs of the Medina. Sahih al-Bukhari Hadith 3.137, narrated by Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, "We are an illiterate nation. We neither write nor know accounts. The month is like this and this, i.e. sometimes of 29 days and sometimes of 30 days. Al-Tirmidhi Hadith 2215, narrated by Ubay ibn Ka'b. Ubay told of Allah's Messenger meeting Gabriel and saying, "I have been sent, Gabriel, to a people who are unlettered, among whom are old men and old women, boys and girls, and men who have never read a book." He replied, "The Quran, Muhammad, has been sent down in 7 modes." Al-Bukhari Hadith 9.447, narrated by Abu Huraira. While we were in the mosque, Allah's Apostle came out and said, "Let us proceed to the Jews." So we went out with him till we came to Bayt al-Midras. The Prophet stood up there and called them, saying, "O assembly of Jews, surrender to Allah, embrace Islam, and you will be safe." And added, "Know that the earth is for Allah, and I want to exile you from this land. So whoever among you has a property, he should sell it. Otherwise, know that the land is for Allah and His Apostle." Listeners, please note that the expression used by Muhammad, Bayt al-Madras, is the Hebrew for Bayt al-Midrash, meaning the house of learning, which did not exist among the pagans of Arabia, such as Muhammad and his Quraysh tribe. Please also note that it was Muhammad who was aggressing upon the Judaized Arabs without any provocation from their side. Madrasas did not exist in the early period of Muhammadan Islam. Their formation can be traced to the early Muhammadan custom of meeting in mosques to discuss religious issues. At this early stage, people seeking religious knowledge tended to gather around certain more knowledgeable ones. These informal teachers later became known as the sheikhs, and these sheikhs began to hold regular religious education sessions called majalis. In 859, Jami'at al-Qarawiyyin, located at Al-Qarawiyyin Mosque, was established in the city of Fez, Morocco, which is considered the oldest madrasa in the Muhammadan world. It was founded by Fatima, the daughter of a wealthy merchant named Muhammad al-Fihri. During the late Abbasid period, the Seljuk Wazir Nizam al-Mulk created the first major official academic institution known in history as the Madrasa al-Nizamiyya, based on the informal majalis, sessions of the sheikhs. Al-Mulk, who would later be murdered by the assassins Al-Hashashin, created a system of state madrasas in various Abbasid cities at the end of the 11th century. During the rule of the Fatimid and Mamluk dynasties and their successor states in the medieval Middle East, many of the ruling elite founded madrasas through a religious endowment known as the Waqf. Not only was the madrasa a potent symbol of status, but it was an effective means of transmitting wealth and status to their descendants. Especially during the Mamluk period, when only former slaves could assume power, the sons of the ruling Mamluk elite were unable to inherit. Guaranteed positions within the new madrasas thus allowed them to maintain status. Therefore, madrasa literally means a place where learning, teaching is done. The word is also present as a loan word with the same innocuous meaning in many Arabic-influenced languages such as Urdu, Bengali, Hindi, Persian, Turkish, Kurdish, Indonesian, Malay, and Bosnian. It is important to note here that there have been negative connotations in recent times regarding this particular word. A madrasa, therefore, is an Islamic religious school. Many of the Taliban were educated in Saudi-financed madrasas in Pakistan that teach Wahhabism, which is the most fundamentalist and true representation of Muhammadan Islam that is rooted in Saudi Arabia. Around the world, Saudi wealth and charities contributed to an explosive growth of madrasas during the Afghan Jihad against the Soviets. During that war, 1979 to 1989, a new kind of madrasa emerged in the Pakistan-Afghan region, not so much concerned about the scholarship as making war on infidels. The enemy then was the Soviet Union. Today, it is America and the West. All of these groups are connected by a network of seminaries, or as the term is called in the local vernacular, madrasa. The main source of funding for these groups is Saudi Arabia. In fact, this whole phenomenon that we are confronting, which Al-Qaeda is a part of, is very closely associated with Saudi Arabia's financial and religious projects for the Muhammadan Muslim world as a whole. In order to have terrorists, in order to have supporters for terrorists, in order to have people who are willing to interpret religion in violent ways, in order to have people who are willing to legitimize crashing themselves into building and killing 3,000 or more innocent people, one needs particular interpretations of the Quran. Those interpretations of the Quran are being propagated out of schools that receive organizational and financial funding from Saudi Arabia, without which they cannot possibly exist. They would not have proliferated across Pakistan, India and Afghanistan without Saudi funding. They would not have had the kind of prowess that they have without Saudi funding. And they would not have trained as many people without Saudi funding. So we have a whole series of what can be called Muhammadan Muslim military academies, military camps, terrorist camps along the border that mix the deadly and poisonous dosage of Muhammadan Islam with a lot of military training. At the same time, they also train a new generation of mosque leaders and clerics who go forth and open their own madrasas or go populate mosques from Africa to Europe and from Asia to the Americas and Australia. That is exactly how the virulent virus of the Quran is propagated in a pandemic fashion in all countries of the world, whilst most of humanity is unaware that it is being infected with a deadly disease. While many of our ignorant, politically correct or most probably spineless academics, religious leaders, the media and our politicians tell us how peaceful and all-encompassing Muhammadan Islam actually is.
As we explained before in Chapter 6a, Muhammad's alleged revelations during his Meccan period were conciliatory, intelligent, moral, and meaningful, but all of a sudden they started becoming hate-mongering, warmongering, and downright racist and uncompromising. When and what triggered his change of mind?
It was the accumulation of several factors that led to Muhammad's frustration regarding his own perceived prophetic mission. Most people do not know that he spent almost 13 years of his life preaching and exhorting his message to all those who would listen to him among his own tribe of Quraysh, but was only able to convert about 78 men and women, most of whom were close friends and their slaves. 13 years that ended with the most abysmal of results. The Meccan pagans, his own tribe, refused to follow him for good reasons, I may add, since it was he who was the first in attacking, insulting and denigrating all their beliefs that they had been holding for centuries. It was he who was telling them that all their ancestors are burning in hell. It was he who asserted that their children, because they were born in unbelief, were suffering the torments of hell. It was he who was changing their traditional tribal and filial loyalties to insurrection and insubordination, pitting sons against fathers, brothers against sisters, servants against masters. It was he who split first his Arabians into two warring camps, those of the so-called believers against those of the so-called unbelievers. It was Muhammad in his Quran who divided the humanity into two groups, those of the so-called believers eternally fighting, forcefully converting, subjugating or annihilating the majority of human beings called unbelievers. It is his followers who project this aggression and a supreme but totally unwarranted and baseless sense of superiority upon the remainder of humanity, showing them neither respect nor mercy or compassion, as we see on our TV screens and read about in our newsprint every day all over the globe. Muhammad was satirized, ridiculed and insulted by his own family and tribe because they knew very well that he was plagiarizing, plundering, pirating and or perverting stories that they themselves had already heard during the Ukaz fairs from Judaized and Christianized Arabs. Contrary to all the lies and perversions of facts created by the followers of Muhammad against the pagan Arabs, they could have had him slaughtered at any time they chose to, but did not do so to one of their own whom they considered possessed by evil spirits. They were of course right in their analysis, but never would have believed the depraved degree that he would in the end stoop to achieve his own selfish agenda. It was a very unfortunate error of judgment for the pagan Arabs that they showed infinitely greater mercy, compassion and decency towards the renegade Muhammad than he later showed to them. It is typical of Muhammadan Muslims who live in a culture of total denial to conveniently ignore the fact that it was Muhammad who initiated the attacks and aggression against his own people and not the other way around. Can any of our listeners, be they Muhammadans or otherwise, have any doubt as to what would happen to any human being who would publicly declare in any Muhammadan Muslim state that Islam is garbage, or that Muhammad is a fraud, or that Allah is not God? Just in case we have any doubters, please remember what the followers of Muhammad did all over the Muhammadan world and Europe just because of some silly cartoons depicting Muhammad as a terrorist. Yet the same Muhammadan believers show great outrage and an incredible level of hypocrisy at the opposition shown by the pagan Arabs to Muhammad's humiliating insults and attacks at their core belief systems and of religion 1400 years ago. When Muhammad received what they call the second pledge of Aqaba from the Aus and Khazraj tribes of Al-Madinah, that they would protect him as they would their women and children, Muhammad henceforth had able-bodied and believing mercenaries to do his bidding. He had thus instantly been turned from a weak and helpless individual to a chieftain of a militant and organized crime syndicate. It was at that very moment of his life, and just before he left Mecca to Al-Madinah to join his new allies, that he conveniently revealed the first fighting verses to be followed by hundreds upon hundreds more later on. Al-Tawbah 9.5. But when the forbidden months are past, then fight, slay, faqtulu, the pagans wherever ye find them, and seize them, beleaguer them, and lie in wait for them in every stratagem of war. So much for Muhammad's version of peaceful Islam. Al-Baqarah 2.190. Fight, qatilu in the cause of Allah those who fight you, yuqatilunakum, and fight them, waqatiluhum, on until there is no more tumult or oppression. Fighting, al-qital, is prescribed for you, although you dislike it. Al-Anfal 8.39. And fight with them, waqatiluhum, until there is no more persecution and religion should be only for Allah. Al-Saf 61.4. Surely Allah loves those who fight, yuqatiluna, in His way. This word qatl and its derivatives are repeated in the Quran and Hadith at least 35,213 times. Sahih al-Bukhari 4.256, narrated by As-Sab bin Jassama. The Prophet was asked whether it was permissible to attack the pagan warriors at night with the probability of exposing their women and children to danger. The Prophet replied, they, i.e. the women and children, are from them, i.e. pagans. In this command, Muhammad establishes that it is permissible to kill non-combatants in the process of killing a perceived enemy. This provides justification for the many Islamic terror bombings. Sahih al-Bukhari 4.220, narrated by Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, I have been made victorious with terror. Sunan Abu Dawud Hadith 2635, narrated by Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, I am commanded to fight with men till they testify that there is no God but Allah, and that Muhammad is His servant and His apostle. Face our Qibla, the direction of prayer, eat what we slaughter, and pray like us. Far from being mere theological construct or history, the violent verses of the Quran have played a key role in the many massacres in Muhammadan history, including the brutal slaughter of tens of millions of Hindus for 5 centuries, beginning around 1000 AD with Mahmud of Ghazni's bloody conquest. Buddhism was very nearly wiped off the Indian subcontinent. Judaism made the same fate in the Middle East as did Christianity, there as well as across North Africa and parts of Europe, including Turkey. Zoroastrianism, the ancient religion of a proud Persian people, is despised by Mohammedans and barely survives in modern Iran. So ingrained is violence in the cult of Muhammad and Islam, it has never really stopped being at war either with other religions or with itself. As a piratical leader, he inspired his followers to do battle even when they did not feel it was right to fight, threatening them with hell if they did not, promising them slaves and booty if they did. Muhammad and his men invariably raped, traumatized women captured in battle just after having had their menfolk slaughtered in front of their eyes. Muhammadan apologists often claim that Muhammad and Islam only attacked in self-defense. This is not only an oxymoron, but it is flatly contradicted by the accounts of their wars of aggression as recorded by their historians and others going back to the time of Muhammad. The most obscenely untrue statement that can be said about Muhammad and Islam is that it is a religion of peace. If every standard by which the West is judged and condemned, slavery, imperialism, intolerance, women's rights, warfare, were applied equally to it, the verdict would be absolutely devastating. Muhammadan Islam never gives up what it conquers, be it religion, culture, language, or life. Muhammadan Islam never makes apologies or any real effort at moral progress regarding its misdeeds. It is the least open to dialogue and the most self-absorbed. It is convinced of its own perfection, yet never open to critical examination. This is what makes the verses of violence so dangerous. They are given the weight of divine command. Jihad is central to the cult of Muhammad. It is the unannounced sixth pillar of Muhammadan Islam. Speaking of peace and love may win over the ignorant, but when every 12th verse of the Quran either speaks of Allah's hatred for non-Muslims or calls for their death, forced conversion or subjugation, it's little wonder that sympathy for terrorism runs as deeply as it does in the broader community, even if most Muhammadans on the personal level prefer not to interpret their belief system in this way. For their part, Western liberals would do well not to sacrifice judgment and distinction on the altar of political correctness, or look for reasons to bring other religions down to the level of Muhammad and Islam merely to avoid the existential truth that it is both different and dangerous. Muhammad's Quran is full of warmongering, hate-mongering, satanic and racist verses that could not have been possibly emanating from any omniscient, compassionate and merciful divine entity. This 1400 years old unilateral declaration of total war against all and sundry continues unabated up to the present moment.